Chapter 1881. Huang Ling had the immortal heavenly phoenix body, and could control the immortal fire law. Her vitality was extremely strong. She seemed to have turned into the immortal fire, and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. She was not afraid of the destructive wind and blocked it. Autumn Moon, Longchun, and Desolate Force seized the opportunity to attack. Feng Wuchen was pushed back a few thousand meters. "Don't think that you can win by outnumbering me," Feng Wuchen roared. His body turned transparent, as if he was going to turn into a gust of wind. The gust of wind grew stronger and more intense. Tornadoes formed around Feng Wuchen. Other than that, there were also destructive wind blades. The destructive attack swept towards Longchun and the rest. "I'll block it. You guys attack." Immortal Cage. Huang Ling shouted. Endless flames spread out and turned into a huge flaming cage. It blocked the destructive wind and blocked it. Longchun and Desolate Force stepped forward and appeared beside Huang Ling to protect her. At the same time, they attacked Feng Wuchen fiercely. Autumn Moon stood behind Huang Ling and the rest. He did not have to worry about his own defense and attacked with all his might. Autumn Moon attacked with all his might. His attack power was terrifying. The two scimitars were supported by the Yin and Yang law, and had shocking destructive power. They kept attacking Feng Wuchen. The area seemed to be about to explode. The others were far away from the battlefield. The Battle of the Five Kings. 4 great sage complete realm king bodies were fighting against a lesser absolute saint king body. This was a rare sight to behold. At that moment, more and more people were watching the battle from afar. Even many powerful geniuses who were in seclusion had appeared. A group of people in white robes was very eye-catching. Among them, there was a beautiful lady who attracted the attention of many. If Lu Ming was here, he would be shocked. That lady was Xian Yinjuan. It's the ancient sacred tribe. Who is that lady? She's so beautiful. I heard that she's a terrifying genius from the ancient sacred tribe. She's very powerful. Many people looked at Xian Yinjuan and the rest and discussed secretly. But soon, everyone's attention was focused on the battle in front of them. For peak Great Saint Monarch physiques, it's really amazing. If they all break through to Absolute Saint Realm, I'm afraid they will stir up a storm in Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. How strange. King physiques have always been arrogant and solitary. Why would these 4 king physiques gather together and fight against Feng Wuchen? I think it's because of someone called Lu Ming. Lu Ming. You guys have been in seclusion all this time, so you don't know. This Lu Ming just joined the Origin Mountain Academy not long ago. He is a son of chaos. What? Son of chaos? Some people exclaimed. They didn't expect another son of chaos to appear in Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. No wonder so many king bodies had gathered together. If it was because of the son of chaos, then it wouldn't be strange. Lu Ming. Xian Yinjuan murmured as a strange light flickered in her eyes. At this time, Longchun and the other 3 joined forces to fight against Feng Wuchen and finally turn the tables. However, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was at Absolute Saint Realm, so it was almost impossible for them to win. But with the 4 of them working together, it would be difficult for Feng Wuchen to win. The battle was very fierce, but the 2 sides were evenly matched. Hee, it's really intense. At this time, a cold laugh was heard as 2 young men came together. It's them, Luo Pokong and Kong Lang. Seeing these 2 people, many people's faces changed drastically. Why are the 2 of them together? Many people's faces were solemn. This was because Luo Pokong and Kong Lang both had king physiques, and they had both broken through to Absolute Saint Realm not long ago. 2 Absolute Saint Realm king physiques came together. It's that bitch. Luo Pokong looked directly at Autumn Moon, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Back in the ancient sun sacred ground, he was defeated by Lu Ming because of Autumn Moon and lost face. Brother Luo, do you know that woman? Kong Lang laughed. That woman is the woman that my brother, Luo Tsangqiong, likes, but she goes against the Daoyuo Heaven sect every day. I don't know where she went some time ago, and I didn't expect to see her here. I'll take her down and send her to my brother. Then Luo Pokong stepped out. The penetrating law flowed around his body, and his body seemed to be able to penetrate the void. His speed was amazing, and in an instant he appeared not far from Autumn Moon. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out His 5 fingers were like 5 long spears as they pierced towards Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's face changed drastically. She didn't expect that someone would suddenly attack her. Luo Pokong! Autumn Moon shouted. She had to use all her strength to take back her 2 scimitars and attack Luo Pokong. But now that Luo Pokong had broken through to Absolute Saint Realm, his battle strength had increased tremendously. With a grab of his fingers, Autumn Moon's 2 scimitars were knocked away. Autumn Moon, leave these people and go to my brother, Luo Tsangqiong. Luo Pokong said coldly. Don't even think about it. No matter who I choose, I won't choose Luo Tsangqiong. Let him give up. Autumn Moon said coldly. Her master had told her that Luo Tsangqiong had taken away a part of her memory in order to get her. She only had hatred for Luo Tsangqiong. You don't know what's good for you. It's your blessing that my brother likes you. Luo Pokong's face sank. He kept pointing his fingers, and a terrifying spear beam pierced through the void and blasted toward Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon quickly retreated and used all her strength to resist, but she was still at a disadvantage and was in imminent danger. Not good, Miss Autumn Moon is in danger. I'll go help her. Huang Li's face changed drastically. Lu Ming was an external elder of the Desolate race. He had done a lot for the Desolate race and had a respected status. And Autumn Moon and Lu Ming had a good relationship. They had gone to the Desolate race together, so Huang Li could not let anything happen to Autumn Moon. His figure flashed and rushed toward Luo Pokong, his fists constantly attacking. You're overestimating yourself. A spear appeared in Luo Pokong's hand. With a shake of the spear, a spear beam pierced out and destroyed Huang Li's fist force, causing Huang Li to retreat quickly. On the other side, Autumn Moon took the opportunity to attack Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong's cultivation level was too strong. With a sweep of his spear, he destroyed Autumn Moon's attack. Huang Li took the opportunity to rush to Autumn Moon's side and join forces with Autumn Moon to fight Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong also had a king body and his cultivation level was at the Absolute Saint Realm. Although he had just broken through to the Absolute Saint Realm, his combat strength was slightly weaker than Feng Wuchen's, but not by much. Even if Huang Li and Autumn Moon joined forces, they were still no match for him. And on the other side, Huang Ling and Long Chen were completely at a disadvantage. In this battle, because of Luo Pokong's intervention, the situation had changed. In this battle, Huang Ling, Long Chen and company are in trouble. They are no match for 2 absolute saints with king bodies. That's right, they will probably be seriously injured and thrown out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. They will lose all their face. Some people sighed. Chapter 1882. In the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley, Lu Ming finally broke through the shackles after a period of cultivation. He broke through to the Great Saint Perfection, and his aura skyrocketed. Around him, the origin stones exploded, turning into billowing origin chi that surged into Lu Ming's body and turned into saint force. Lu Ming had 2 saint hearts in his body. At this time he had reached the Great Saint Perfection, and his saint force was extremely strong. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's aura was retracted. I've gained a lot from this cultivation. My cultivation has broken through to the Great Saint Perfection, and my chaotic tribulation finger has also reached 80%. It's time to go out. Lu Ming thought to himself. He had killed the Golden Crow Crown Prince last time. If the people of the Feng clan came out of seclusion, he wondered if they would take revenge. Although killing was not allowed in the Saint Court of Yuan Mountain, as long as one did not enter the life and death arena, it would be fine. But Lu Ming was still worried. Lu Ming stepped forward and went to the exit of the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley. He went back very quickly, and there was no obstruction. After a while, Lu Ming exited the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley. It seems that Bubble is still cultivating. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and then his expression changed. The moment he came out, there seemed to be a message from the voice transmission Jade Talisman. Lu Ming took out the voice transmission Jade Talisman and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face suddenly changed. It was a message from the people of the Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling and the others were facing a crisis at this moment. In fact, some of the elites of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect had been constantly sending him messages. Previously, he was in the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley and could not send messages, but they did not give up and continued to send messages. Now that Lu Ming came out of seclusion, he naturally received the news. The Feng clan and Luo Pokong. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then he circulated his saint force, and his body cut through the void like a ray of light. At this moment, whether it was Autumn Moon, Huang Li, Huang Ling, or Long Chun, they were all in danger. The four of them were no match for Feng Wuchen and Luo Pokong at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand shot out explosively, turning into a spear beam that pierced towards Autumn Moon and Desolate Force's vital points. Every single spear light contained the power of the law of penetration. It was capable of penetrating everything, including other laws. At this moment, there were two places on Huang Li's body that had been pierced by the spear radiance. The front and back of the spear radiance were penetrated and fresh blood was flowing out. If not for the Desolate race having a special physique that made them extremely strong and resilient, they probably would not have been able to continue fighting. However, he still stood in front of Autumn Moon. The two of them unleashed their full strength and fought with Luo Pokong. Puff! Huang Li narrowly avoided a spear light, otherwise, he would have been pierced through again. At this moment, Huang Ling and Long Chen's situation was not much better. Even with Huang Ling's terrifying vitality, her face was still pale. Where is Lu Ming? Where is he hiding? Tell him to come out and fight me. Luo Pokong shouted coldly. Last time he had been defeated by Lu Ming and lost all his face. This time he had broken through to the Saint Realm, so he must humiliate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming makes a move, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle him. Huang Li grinned. This person was defeated by Lu Ming the last time. Autumn Moon said, "Ha ha ha, so that's the case. So it's someone who was defeated by Lu Ming. You still have the cheek to come here?" Huang Li laughed loudly. "Shut up. If Lu Ming dares to appear, I will make him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, he has become a tortoise, hiding and not daring to show himself." Luo Pokong sneered. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from afar. Following that, a beam of light flew over from afar at an astonishing speed. In a blink of an eye, it had arrived. The beam of light did not stop as it charged straight at Luo Pokong. Large prison-suppressing monuments appeared and suppressed Luo Pokong. "Lu Ming!" Luo Pokong roared angrily as his spear stabbed out, stabbing at the prison-suppressing monument phantoms. The prison-suppressing monument phantoms exploded and Luo Pokong's body trembled as he retreated a few steps. Swish! The light receded and Lu Ming's figure appeared. "It's Lu Ming!" Huang Ling and company's hearts skipped a beat as they revealed looks of joy. Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the Desolate race were also delighted. For some reason, whenever they saw Lu Ming descend, their hearts would calm down. It was as if Lu Ming could turn the tide. "Lu Ming, long time no see. I wonder if you can turn the tide under such circumstances?" In the distance, Xian Yinjuan whispered among the ancient sacred tribe. "Is this person the son of chaos?" Some people who had never seen Lu Ming could not help but whisper as they revealed looks of curiosity and anticipation. Could the appearance of the son of chaos change the situation? "Autumn Moon, Huang Li, go help Huang Ling and company. Leave this person to me," Lu Ming said. "All right." Without hesitation, Autumn Moon and Huang Li charged at Feng Wuchen. With the help of Autumn Moon and Huang Li, the situation was finally stabilized. "Haha, Lu Ming, you came at the right time. Today, I will trample you under my feet and make you suffer all kinds of humiliation." Luo Pokong looked at Lu Ming, his eyes flashing with cold murderous intent. Now that he had broken through to the absolute Saint Realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Just now, he had been pushed back a few steps by Lu Ming because he was in a hurry and did not use much of his strength. "Loser, since you have already been defeated once, you will never be my match in the future," Lu Ming said coldly, full of strong confidence and the belief that he would not be defeated. "This time the loser is you. Kill." Luo Pokong's spear vibrated as hundreds of spear beams appeared and stabbed at Lu Ming. "Insignificant skill. Break it." Lu Ming used the suppressing hell skill and punched out continuously. Many tall suppressing hell steels appeared, suppressing everything. Bam, bam, bam. The spear beams exploded as they were suppressed by the suppressing hell steels, turning into energy and dissipating. Lu Ming took a step forward, breaking through the attack of the spear gleams and charging toward Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's face darkened. His spear buzzed and stabbed at Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Clang! A gigantic prison-suppressing steel appeared and clashed with the long spear, colliding heavily. Dong! The suppressing hell steel's phantoms exploded as the spear vibrated. Lu Ming and Luo Pokong's bodies shook at the same time, and they retreated a few steps. Many of the onlookers in the distance were shocked. So strong! He can fight against an absolute saint with a king-type body, someone said in shock. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming's cultivation was exposed. He was a complete supreme saint. For example, Huang Ling and the others had to join forces with 4 king bodies to resist Feng Wuchen. And Lu Ming could fight with Luo Pokong alone. As expected of the Son of Chaos, his combat strength is terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Luo Pokong's face darkened as the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Kill. The long spear pierced toward Lu Ming at the speed of lightning. The power of penetrating the power of laws was astonishing. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stepped forward and attacked with the suppressing hell skill. Chapter 1883. That's all you got after breaking through to the absolute saint realm. What a disappointment. Lu Ming's words were full of sarcasm. Die. Annihilation strike. Luo Pokong roared as he unleashed his most powerful attack with his divine ability. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger, and the Chaotic Calamity Finger exploded, clashing with Luo Pokong's long spear. Buzz. The long spear shook violently as if it was under great pressure. Luo Pokong's body shook violently as he retreated. Luo Pokong's superpower was around 85%, and it was the Law of Kings. Its power was already very shocking. Lu Ming's superpower was at 80%, but it was the Law of Chaos. Its power was equivalent to 90% of the Law of Kings. It was still stronger than Luo Pokong's. Your most powerful attack is only SOSO. Suppress. Lu Ming pointed his fingers continuously. The energy between heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming's fingers in a frenzy. A few huge fingers formed continuously and pointed toward Luo Pokong. Extreme penetration. Luo Pokong shouted. His body seemed to have arched, and then he shot out, bursting out with astonishing power. His long spear, with the support of the absolute saint realm saint force, became even more powerful and clashed with Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. After a few explosions, Luo Pokong retreated again. Luo Pokong retreated while Lu Ming advanced. His right finger kept pointing, using the Chaotic Calamity Finger. On his left hand, the Law of Arrays was activated and endless runes spread out, forming a sealing power that covered Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong kept retreating, not daring to let the sealing power touch him. Luo Pokong is at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's strength is terrifying. The other geniuses were shocked when they saw this. Before, Lu Ming could resist Luo Pokong, which was already shocking. Now Lu Ming was actually suppressing Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong, didn't you want to trample me under your feet today? Why do you keep retreating? Lu Ming's words were filled with mockery. However, his attacks did not stop at all. Instead, they became even more violent. With the Law of Primal Chaos in his right hand, he unleashed the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. In his left hand, endless runes filled the air, forming a sealing power that was about to seal Luo Pokong. Although Luo Pokong's penetrative power was strong, he was suppressed by the Primal Chaos Finger, and could only retreat continuously. He was completely at a disadvantage. Luo Pokong hated Lu Ming to the core. Last time in the ancient Sun Holy Land, in the Soul Holy Palace, he was defeated by Lu Ming with his Great Sage Great Mastery cultivation base. He was humiliated by Lu Ming in public. Now he entered the Yuanshan Academy and broke through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. He was full of ambition, and wanted to compete with the heroes of the world. He wanted to completely trample Lu Ming under his feet. However, when he encountered Lu Ming, he was still no match for him, and was suppressed. He felt a lump of air stuck in his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Wang, Wang. The fingers of Lu Ming's right hand pointed at the void continuously. Afterward, in the sky, an incomparably huge finger was formed. It was as if a god had stretched out a finger from an eternal unknown place and pressed toward Luo Pokong. The scene was extremely shocking. Luo Pokong tried his best to stab out with his spear. A shocking spear light soared into the sky, trying to pierce through the finger, but the result was that the spear light exploded, and Luo Pokong was blasted from the sky and fell to the ground. Boom! Luo Pokong fell to the ground, and the ground exploded, creating a huge pit. Although he stood firm, his face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I said that I can defeat you once, and I can defeat you a second time. You will never be my opponent. When you are defeated by me, you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming stepped forward, looking down at Luo Pokong from above. Luo Pokong's face turned from pale to ashen, and his eyes were full of anger and killing intent. You just have the upper hand for a while, and you dare to say that Brother Luo is not worthy of being your opponent. You are really arrogant. Brother Luo, let me help you. Not far away, Kong Lang said indifferently, and then stepped out. Endless waves appeared around his body. Kong Lang wanted to join forces with Luo Pokong to deal with Lu Ming. Alright, let's join forces and severely injure this kid. And then take him out of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard and cripple him. I want him to live like a dog for the rest of his life. Luo Pokong said. His voice was incomparably cold and filled with endless killing intent. He had been defeated by Lu Ming repeatedly, and his heart had been left with an inner demon. Kong Lang stepped on the waves and moved toward Lu Ming. Kong Lang is really going to make a move. Many people were moved. Kong Lang and Luo Pokong came together, and their relationship was indeed deep. At this moment, Kong Lang wanted to join forces with Luo Pokong. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, it was impossible for him to be a match for Luo Pokong and Kong Lang. It seemed that Lu Ming's side was going to lose this battle. Many people sighed. Lu Ming's side was mainly because their cultivation was too weak. If only one of them had reached the Saint Realm, the situation would not be so passive. Two Saint Realm king bodies teaming up to fight a supreme saint. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? At this time, a crisp voice was heard. The voice was very pleasant, and it was unforgettable after hearing it once. Who is it? Kong Lang shouted, and his eyes swept around. In the distance, a graceful figure walked in the air. It's Luo Tianyi. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the person. Lu Ming's mouth also curved into a smile. Luo Tianyi had come. Luo Tianyi walked in the air and walked toward Kong Lang. She said, if you want to fight, I will fight with you. Humph, Luo Tianyi, you are only ranked 36th on the King Sage board. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. After I defeat you, it will not be too late to fight Lu Ming. Kong Lang snorted and walked toward Luo Tianyi. Under his feet, huge waves surged, as if they were going to destroy everything. At this time, Luo Tianyi's eyes turned pitch black, as if they had turned into two abysses. Kong Lang's body suddenly stopped. The huge waves under his feet kept rolling, and his body trembled slightly. Illusion break. Kong Lang shouted and waved his hands. In an instant, huge waves rose to the sky, as if they were going to break Luo Tianyi's illusion. However, when the huge waves rushed toward Luo Tianyi, they automatically parted, as if they were deliberately avoiding her. After a while, Kong Lang's body trembled, and his face turned red. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Luo Tianyi's eyes returned to normal. She said calmly, "You are no match for me." You. Kong Lang was shocked. They had only exchanged blows for a short while, and he was already injured. He could not break Luo Tianyi's illusion rules of order. Luo Tianyi gave him an unfathomable feeling. Luo Tianyi is so powerful. The rankings on the King Sage board are not so accurate. They cannot be taken seriously. Luo Tianyi is too low-key. Although she is ranked 36th on the King Sage board, her strength is enough to be in the top 20. Many people were shocked by Luo Tianyi's strength. Chapter 1884. Even if they were all king bodies, and their cultivation levels were the same, there were differences in strength. The strength of one's combat awareness, the strength of one's divine power, and the use of laws all determined one's combat strength. Moreover, even if they were all Qingdao laws, there were differences in strength. Some Qingdao laws were extremely powerful, exceeding other Qingdao laws. For example, Luo Tianyi's heaven illusion law could make people fall into a boundless illusion. There was also Luo Zhangqiong's deprivation law, which was rumored to be able to deprive everything, and was even more overbearing. Luo Pokong, let's go. Kong Lang roared and dared not continue fighting. His figure flashed into the distance. Luo Pokong revealed a look of indignation. With a move of his body, he also fled into the distance. Lu Ming did not pursue. Although he was stronger than Luo Pokong, there was a limit. If Luo Pokong wanted to leave, with his terrifying speed of penetrating laws, he could not stop him. Retreat. Seeing Luo Pokong and Kong Lang retreat, Feng Wuchen did not dare to continue fighting. With a roar, he transformed into a gust of wind and fled into the distance, disappearing in an instant. The others also abandoned their opponents and fled frantically. Damn, this kid escaped quickly. Next time, I will definitely destroy him. Huang Li cursed and was extremely unhappy. He was an invincible existence among the younger generation of the desolate race. This was the first time he had been beaten so badly in a battle with someone of the same generation. Luo Tianyi, thank you. Lu Ming walked towards Luo Tianyi and smiled. You don't have to thank me. Luo Tianyi smiled and said, I was in seclusion. When I came out, I heard that there was a battle here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see you. Unfortunately, I was too late. You're not late, you're just in time. Lu Ming laughed. That Lu Ming is also familiar with Luo Tianyi? It's amazing to have so many experts gathered together. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming was also familiar with Luo Tianyi. With Luo Tianyi, there were too many geniuses on Lu Ming's side. There were already 5 king bodies. In addition to Lu Ming's own chaotic body, this force was too amazing. And there are so many beauties. It's enviable. Someone sighed. And this immediately received the approval of many others. Luo Tianyi, Qiu Autumn Moon, and Huang Ling were all stunning beauties. Any one of them was one of the top beauties in the Yuanshan Academy. However, the 3 of them were all familiar with Lu Ming. How could they not be envious? This brat is really fickle in love. I wonder how my sister is doing? With her arrogant temper, would she be able to endure it? I'm looking forward to it. Xian Yinjuan chuckled. Many people looked at Xian Yinjuan. Could it be that this proud daughter of the ancient Saint clan was also acquainted with Lu Ming? The battle is over. Let's go, Xian Yinjuan said and turned to leave. The prodigies of the ancient holy clans followed behind Xian Yinjuan, as if she was their leader. After that, some people also turned around and left. Huang Ling, Desolate Force, both of you are injured. Heal yourselves first. Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling and the others. Okay. Huang Ling, Desolate Force, Long Chen, Qiu Autumn Moon, and some other injured people sat cross-legged in the air, swallowed pills, and began to heal themselves. Not long after, Huang Ling was the first to finish healing. She had the immortal heavenly phoenix body. Her vitality was extremely strong, and she was known to be immortal. No matter how serious her injuries were, she could heal quickly. Then Long Chen and Qiu Autumn Moon also finished healing their injuries. Their injuries were not very serious. Only Desolate Force was injured. He had taken on Desolate Force head-on earlier, and his body had been pierced several times. At this moment his muscles wriggled, and the few holes were filled again. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Desolate Force's body. This is the aura of an absolute saint. Lu Ming's eyes widened, and then he revealed a look of joy. After the battle, Desolate Force had broken through to the absolute saint realm. However, this was to be expected. Huang Li's cultivation had long reached great sage consummation, making him the closest to becoming a paragon sage among all of them. Furthermore, after the recent period of cultivation and the recent battle, his potential had been stimulated, resulting in him making a breakthrough. Ha ha ha, Desolate Force has broken through to the absolute saint realm. That's great. The other members of the Desolate race were also overjoyed. As for Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others, they were also delighted. With Desolate Force's breakthrough, their strength would be stronger in the future. It would not be easy for Feng Wuchen to deal with them. Desolate Force could still fight Feng Wuchen after breaking through to the Absolute Saint realm. Some people were watching from afar. The elites who had not left were also shocked. Desolate Force had broken through to the Absolute Saint realm. A king body Absolute Saint was definitely powerful. In addition to Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength, Lu Ming and his group would become a force to be reckoned with in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. During this period of time, many people in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard are breaking through. After a period of time, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard will probably have an even more exciting clash. That's right. Actually, there are many people with king bodies who have yet to break through to the Absolute Saint realm. When these people break through to the Absolute Saint realm, the clash will be even more intense. That will be a truly great era. There are also the strongest group of people who have been cultivating in the Absolute Saint battlefield. When they come out of seclusion, they will probably be even stronger. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, we will probably become the stepping stones of others in this great era. Some of the elites discussed. They felt pressured, but they were also filled with anticipation. Everyone wanted to create a dazzling spark in this great era that would be remembered by everyone. Hu between the heavens and earth. Endless heaven and earth Yuan Qi gathered towards the power of desolates. Give him a hand. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of origin stones exploded, turning into billowing origin Qi that surged towards Desolate Force. Long Chun and the others also took out a large number of origin stones and exploded them. Endless origin Qi was absorbed by Desolate Force. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The billowing Absolute Saint Qi rushed into the sky like smoke signals. After a few hours, Desolate Force's aura was retracted, and he opened his eyes. Ha, Long Chun, you have to cultivate quickly. Otherwise, I will have no opponent. Desolate Force laughed and then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, when are you going to fight with me? I'm not free. Lu Ming refused directly. Being entangled by this battle maniac would not be a good day. Desolate Force helplessly touched his head, which made many people laugh. Let's go back. Luo Tianyi, do you want to join us? Lu Ming looked at Luo Tianyi. Sure. Luo Tianyi nodded and smiled. She was so charming that some of the young men from the Divine Elephant Sect, Phoenix Palace, and the Desolate Race were mesmerized. Other than Huang Ling and Long Qin, the others were very curious. Luo Tianyi, the Sacred Lady of Inheritance of the Jade Lake Immortal Palace, a peerless beauty, was helping Lu Ming. Furthermore, she seemed to be very familiar with Lu Ming. She even listened to Lu Ming. This made many people's imagination run wild. Qiu Yu blinked and looked at Lu Ming and Luo Tianyi. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 1885. Everyone, do you have any news about the Tai Sui Lotus? Or, could you help me keep an eye out for news about it? Lu Ming asked after they had chatted for a while. The Tai Sui Lotus was the only ingredient he needed to refine the soul recovery pill. However, such a spiritual item was extremely rare. It would be difficult for him to find it alone. If he could get everyone to help him, he would have a better chance. Tai Sui Lotus? Some of them looked confused. Apparently, they had never heard of it. As for the remaining people who had heard the story, they were all deep in thought. The Tai Sui Lotus is extremely rare. It is said that it is very spiritual. It will be difficult to find it in a short period of time. However, I know of a place that might have news about it. Luo Tianyi pondered for a moment. She seemed to have thought of something. Where is it? Lu Ming was delighted. Many geniuses had joined the Jade Lake Divine Palace for generations. It was normal for Luo Tianyi to know a lot of information that ordinary people did not. The Vientiane Tower. Luo Tianyi explained. The Vientiane Tower specializes in collecting all kinds of information. They collect all kinds of information from all over the Yuan continent. They have people all over the world. As long as you spend money, you can buy any kind of information. There's such a place? Where can I find the Vientiane Tower? Lu Ming was delighted. If that was the case, he might be able to get some information from the Vientiane Tower. There's a branch of the Vientiane Tower in the Celestial City. I'll give you the exact location. Luo Tianyi took out a jade token and engraved the map on it with her spiritual consciousness. Then she handed it to Lu Ming. The group chatted for a while and left. The next day, Lu Ming and Qiumun left the Yuanshan sacred courtyard and headed to the Vientiane Tower. The celestial city was vast and boundless. The Vientiane Tower was located in the north of the city. The two of them flew. Soon, they found a place that was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people were surrounding it as if they were watching a good show. Shall we go down and take a look? Qiuyu blinked and revealed a curious look. All right, let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them landed and discovered an ancient platform. The platform was surrounded by people of all ages, men, women, and children. On the ancient platform, a sword was stabbed into the ground. A middle-aged man was grabbing the sword hilt and using all his strength to pull it out, but the sword wouldn't budge at all. Uncle, what's going on? Lu Ming greeted an elder and inquired about the situation. Little brother, this is your first time in Celestial City, right? Let me tell you, this sword is the Celestial Emperor's sword. The old man said proudly. What? The sword of the Celestial Emperor? Is it true? Lu Ming was shocked. The sword on the platform was actually the sword of the Celestial Arch. How could it have been passed down until now? I don't know if it's true or not, but it is said that this platform was created by the Celestial Emperor, and this sword was also placed here by the Celestial Emperor. It is 9 feet long, but no one has been able to pull it out. The old man explained. No one can pull it out, not even a martial emperor? Lu Ming was even more curious. Qiumun also looked at the old man curiously. No, to pull this sword out, it has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Many martial emperors might not even be able to pull it out 1 foot, but those with low cultivation might be able to pull it out a little. There was once a young man who had just started cultivating and pulled it out 5 feet. The old man explained. Since ancient times, the record for pulling it out the most was 8 feet. Among the young people of this generation, there was one who pulled it out 8 feet. That was the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, the peerless genius with the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor, Xing Xinhe. Moreover, I heard that Xing Xinhe said that he would pull out the sword of the Celestial Emperor sooner or later, and make it his sword. A middle-aged man interrupted from the side. Lu Ming roughly understood what was going on. At that moment, the burly man on the platform was almost exhausted. In the end, he could not even pull out 1 foot and retreated from the platform with a flushed face. People come here every day to try. Many of them were very confident at first, thinking that they could pull out the sword of the Celestial Emperor, but in the end, they were all disappointed. The old man shook his head and said, "It's just wishful thinking. How can the sword of the Celestial Emperor be pulled out so easily? Over the years, many geniuses have been born, but no one could pull it out. It's said that once you pull it out, you might get the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor." The middle-aged man sneered. "That's just a legend. Don't take it seriously." The old man shook his head. At that moment, another person stepped onto the platform and began to pull out the sword. Clang! Suddenly, the sword chimed and shook the sky. The hilt of the sword emitted a dazzling light. The sword was pulled out by a foot. However, 1 foot was the limit. No matter how hard the person tried, he could only pull it out 1 foot. After a while, the person failed and retreated from the platform. The sword sank back into the platform, leaving only the hilt exposed. How wonderful! Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. Even a martial emperor could not pull out the sword, which showed how magical it was. A martial emperor could shatter heaven and earth when he was angry. He had infinite power, but he could not pull out the sword. If one wanted to pull out the sword, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It depended on the person. "This sword is mine." At that moment, a young man stepped onto the platform. His face was cold and arrogant, and he was full of confidence. How arrogant! Even the eternal Star River could not pull out the sword. How dare this person say that it's his? Many people were very confident before they went up, but they soon failed. I've seen many people like this. Some people were talking about it with disdain. The young man snorted and stepped to the hilt of the sword. He held the hilt with both hands, exhaled and pulled it up forcefully. Clang! The sword chimed and shook the sky. The sword of the Celestial Emperor was pulled out 1 foot. Again. The young man shouted and his power exploded. The sword chimed again, and rays of light flowed out of the sword. 3 feet, he actually pulled it out 3 feet. Someone exclaimed. In an instant, the young man pulled out another 2 feet, making a total of 3 feet. This person is very talented, but he can only pull it out 3 feet. 3 feet is his limit, someone said. Again. At that moment, the young man shouted again, and a terrifying power of law erupted from his body. That's the power of kings. This person has a king body. Many people exclaimed. Clang. Clang. The sword chimed twice, and the sword was pulled out another 2 feet, making it 5 feet. He's a lesser absolute saint. This person must be a peerless genius of the Origin Mountain Sacred Court. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, he had never seen this person before. After the young man pulled the sword of the Celestial Emperor out 5 feet, he stopped as if he had reached his limit. The young man circulated his cultivation to the maximum, and his body was covered in endless light. Chapter 1886. After a short while, the young man shouted again. Clang. Another sword chime was heard, and the sword of the Celestial Emperor was pulled out by another foot, reaching 6 feet. This sword looks like a stone sword. Lu Ming looked carefully, and found that the sword seemed to be made of stone, as if it was polished from a strange stone. 6 feet, this person is amazing. An ordinary king body can only pull out 5 feet, but this person can pull out 6 feet. Extraordinary. However, 6 feet is his limit. Since ancient times, it has been recorded that a normal king body can reach 5 feet. A few especially terrifying king bodies can reach 6 feet. As for the Son of Heaven, he can reach 7 feet. The highest record is 8 feet, but that is very rare even since ancient times. Indeed, many people were discussing. The young man had indeed reached his limit after pulling out 6 feet. After a few consecutive bursts, the sword did not move at all. In the end, the young man could only give up and retreat. The sword was once again submerged into the platform. Interesting. Autumn Moon, do you want to give it a try? Lu Ming asked. Let's give it a try. Qiuyu smiled. She was also eager to try what she saw just now. Haha, little girl, you want to try too? I bet you can pull out 3 feet. I have faith in you. The middle-aged man laughed. There were many young people who came here every day to draw their swords, but how many of them could pull out 3 feet? The middle-aged man was just joking. Autumn Moon smiled and did not say anything. She stepped onto the platform and grabbed the sword hilt. Rise! Autumn Moon shouted, and her saint power surged as she pulled up with all her might. Clang! 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 3 consecutive sword chimes were heard, and the sword of the Celestial Emperor was pulled out 3 feet. The middle-aged man was stunned and tongue-tied. You really pulled it out 3 feet? He had just said it casually. He never expected that the little girl could pull it out 3 feet. Uncle, it's not over yet. Lu Ming laughed. Rise. At this time, Autumn Moon shouted again, and the law of yin and yang spread out. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chimes continued to ring, and 3 more chimes were heard. 6 feet. King body, another king body, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Another prodigy has appeared. This woman should be a prodigy from Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The mid-autumn moon was pulled out by 6 feet, which caused a heated discussion. In the past, there were very few people who could pull out 6 feet. On average, it would take many years for one to appear. Today, in such a short period of time, 2 people appeared consecutively. This was very rare. Of course, when the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was first opened, it was the most lively. In a single day, more than 10 heavenly geniuses who could pull out 5 feet and 6 feet appeared, shaking the entire celestial city. However, Autumn Moon had reached her limit after pulling out 6 feet. After a few fruitless attempts, she gave up and returned to Lu Ming's side. Do you want to try? Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming was a son of chaos. She wanted to see how many feet Lu Ming could pull out. On the side, the middle-aged uncle and the old man looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked together. Could it be that he was also a king body? Could it be that he was also in existence who could pull out 5 feet or even 6 feet? If so, today would be lively. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lu Ming smiled. Since he was here, he might as well give it a try. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. Many people looked at Lu Ming. There are really a lot of young people who came today. Indeed, I wonder how many feet this person can pull out? To be able to come up after 2 king bodies, I'm afraid he's not simple. Today is really lively. Some people looked at Lu Ming curiously and looked forward to it. Could it be that Lu Ming could also pull out 6 feet? Lu Ming came to the side of the sword hilt and held the sword with both hands. Suddenly, he felt a wonderful warm force gushing out from the sword hilt and pouring into Lu Ming's body. Is this energy able to test a person's cultivation? Lu Ming secretly guessed. Because the people who came here to pull out the sword had nothing to do with their cultivation level. A martial emperor might not even be able to pull out 1 foot, but a person who had just started cultivating could pull out 5 feet. Then let's see how many feet I can pull out. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he pulled hard. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out, and the long sword was pulled out 1 foot. It's really heavy, Lu Ming muttered. The saint force in his body surged, and the 2 saint hearts rotated rapidly. Endless power poured into Lu Ming's hands, and he pulled up again. Clang! 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 4 consecutive sword cries rang out. The sword's body was overflowing with brilliant colors, and it was dazzling. 5 feet. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had pulled out 5 feet. He hasn't used the precepts yet. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. He can pull out 5 feet without using the precepts. How is that possible? Are we seeing things? Everyone was in disbelief. Without using the precepts, he could pull out 5 feet. This was too shocking. The person with the king body looked at Lu Ming, and a bright light burst out of his eyes. It's really heavy, but this is not my limit. Rise. Lu Ming still did not use the precepts. He relied on the saint force and the power of his spirit body. Clang. Another sword cry rang out. 6 feet. Lu Ming still did not use the precepts. The whole place was silent, and everyone stared at Lu Ming. Without using the precepts, he could pull out 6 feet. This was too shocking. Unbelievable. I wonder what level of precepts this person has. If it's a powerful king precepts, he might be able to pull out another foot and be on par with the Elysian child. Someone spoke, and his voice was a little muffled. The middle-aged man and the old man who had been chatting with Lu Ming were also tongue-tied. The gentle young man who had been chatting with them was actually so powerful? To be able to pull out 6 feet without using the precepts. It seemed that only the Stellar River had done so before. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming had already tied the Stellar River's record? Again, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of determination. He felt that he had not reached his limit yet. In his spirit body, he had refined a strand of chaos chi. The strength of his spirit body far exceeded that of a superior sky spirit body. Most importantly, he had 2 saint hearts with unlimited potential. Rise for me, Lu Ming shouted. Other than the precepts, all the power poured into his arms and erupted in an instant. Clang! Another sword cry resounded through the sky, and a sword chi rushed into the sky. 7 feet. Lu Ming pulled out 7 feet, but he still did not use the precepts. How is this possible? How is this possible? Without using the precepts, he can pull out 7 feet. This has never been seen before. When the Stellar River did not use the precepts, he could only pull out 6 feet. Doesn't that mean that Lu Ming has surpassed the Stellar River's record? Some people say that the reason why the Stellar River can pull out 6 feet without using the precepts is because he is a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, it would not be possible. How can this person do it? Chapter 1887. One had to know that an ordinary Elysian child could only pull out 7 feet. However, Lu Ming could pull out 7 feet without using any nomological laws. This was incredible. Could it be that he has secretly used laws but we didn't notice? Someone couldn't help but guess. It's possible, very possible. This guess was agreed by most people. Otherwise, it would be too shocking. But in the next moment, everyone shut up. Rise. A voice sounded in everyone's ears, and the law of chaos erupted from Lu Ming's body. Clang. Immediately, another sword chime sounded. At this moment, the long sword whistled, and a shocking sword chi rushed into the sky and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. The entire platform was shining, and the endless radiance almost drowned Lu Ming. The scene fell into a dead silence. 8 feet. Lu Ming pulled out 8 feet, and even used laws. This proved that Lu Ming really did not use laws just now and pulled out 7 feet. At this moment, he used laws and pulled out the 8-foot-long sword in one fell swoop, tying with the historical record and also the stellar rivers record. The law of chaos. This person is one of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos. It's too shocking, pulling out 8 feet, tying the stellar rivers record. Can this person completely pull out the sword of the celestial Varch? As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent again, and it became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Lu Ming could pull out 7 feet without using the power of laws, which was unprecedented since ancient times. Then, after Lu Ming used laws, could he pull out 9 feet? That was really hard to say. Could it be that the sword of the celestial Varch that had been inserted here for countless years was about to appear? Many people trembled in their hearts, both nervous and expectant. The uncle and uncle who were chatting with Lu Ming before were completely stunned. They never expected that the young man who was chatting with them just now was a rare peerless genius, since ancient times. 8 feet still 1 foot short. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, he gathered all the strength in his body into his arms. The muscles all over his body bulged one by one, filled with endless strength. Then he pulled out the sword. Clang! A sword cry resounded through the sky, causing everyone's hearts to beat violently. At this moment, the boundless sword light pierced through the heavens. A shocking sword light stood between the heavens and earth. Everyone in Celestial City could see it. On the platform, amidst the boundless radiance, a young man raised his sword high, resembling the legendary god of war. Lu Ming pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor and held it in his hand. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen, and space seemed to have frozen as well. Everything stopped at this moment, as though it was an eternity. In the center of Celestial City, there was an incomparably majestic palace. At this moment, numerous silhouettes rushed out from the palace, emitting powerful and terrifying auras. The sword of the Celestial Emperor has appeared. In this world, other than Xinghe, there is actually someone who can pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword? Let's go. The sword of the Celestial Emperor cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. We must take it back. Voices rang out one after another. Then they stepped into the air and left. On the platform where the sword of the Celestial Emperor was located, Lu Ming could not help but feel uncomfortable, as if a crisis was about to befall him. With a thought, Lu Ming kept the sword of the Celestial Emperor into the mountain and river diagram. Then he flew down and pulled Autumn Moon and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned into 2 rays of light, and left the place in an instant. It was not until Lu Ming and Autumn Moon disappeared that the crowd woke up from their daze and reacted. The sword of the Celestial Emperor has been pulled out. The sword of the Celestial Emperor that has been here for thousands of years has actually been pulled out. Who is that young man? He controls the law of primal chaos. He should be a genius of Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. It's not difficult to find out. Many people discussed excitedly. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, several silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura, causing everyone to tremble. Emperor's aura. It's a martial emperor expert. And it's the martial emperors of the Hung family. The Hung family claims to have the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor. Now that the sword of the Celestial Emperor has been pulled out, the Hung family will definitely make a move. Hung Xinghe has already said that the sword of the Celestial Emperor will be pulled out by him sooner or later, and will become his sword. Many people discussed in low voices. The emperor-level powerhouse of the Hung family swept his gaze across the empty platform. His eyes were extremely shocked. At the same time, a gloomy expression flashed across his face. The sword of the Celestial Emperor was really pulled out. Who is it? Who pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor? A powerful martial emperor of the Hung family swept his gaze across the audience. His powerful martial emperor aura made everyone's breathing difficult. I don't know. It's a young man, but he has already left. Someone replied. A young man? Who is it? Which force is he from? The emperor-level powerhouse of the Hung family asked. I don't know, but he is the son of primal chaos and controls the law of primal chaos. He should be from Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Someone said. Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The face of the Hung family's emperor-level powerhouse turned gloomy. If it was a genius of Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard, then it would be difficult to deal with. Although the Hung family was extremely powerful and claimed to be the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, their foundation was deep and their strength was unfathomable. They were one of the strongest forces in Celestial City. However, Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard was jointly established by 3 great emperors. They did not dare to directly go to Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard to ask for the person. That person should not have gone far. Chase, it's best to take him down before he returns to Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The sword of the Celestial Emperor can only belong to our Hung family. The leader of the Hung family's martial emperors spoke. The other martial emperors moved one after another and flew in all directions. At this moment, Lu Ming had changed his appearance. He pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor, and inexplicably felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Moreover, the appearance of the sword of the Celestial Emperor would definitely alarm many powerful forces. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately left with Autumn Moon. He found a secret place and sent Autumn Moon into the mountain river diagram. After that, he used Divine Breath technique and turned into a middle-aged man with sallow skin. With his current cultivation, even martial emperors would not be able to recognize him so easily. He swaggered down the street and headed in the direction of Vientiane Tower. Not long after, there was indeed a terrifying expert whistling through the sky. Terrifying emperor's aura spread in all directions, causing many people to feel apprehensive. Sure enough, they are chasing after me. Which force is this expert from? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and guessed in his heart. However, his figure did not stop as he headed towards Vientiane Tower. Those martial emperors scanned with their spiritual sense, but they could not recognize him at all. The other party had not even seen his face. Moreover, he used Divine Breath technique. How could they discover him? Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of a pavilion in the north of Celestial City. This is Vientiane Tower. Lu Ming walked in, and immediately an old man came to receive Lu Ming. Dear guest, may I ask what help you need? The old man asked. I need to inquire about a piece of information. Chapter 1888. Head to the hall on the left. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded and walked toward the hall on the left. In the hall on the left, a beautiful lady received Lu Ming. Sir, what kind of information are you looking for? For example, information about people, cultivation techniques and martial skills, or even information about Saint herbs and materials. The young lady wore a gentle smile on her face, giving off a comfortable feeling. A kind of sacred herb. Lu Ming said. If you're looking for a sacred herb, please head to the 6th room. I'll show you the way. The young lady smiled and walked gracefully, leading Lu Ming to a room at the side of the hall. Lu Ming sighed. The Vientiane Tower had a clear division of labor. Different rooms would be assigned to different information. This way, the efficiency would be better. After entering the 6th room, Lu Ming saw an elegant middle-aged man. Sir, what kind of sacred herb would you like to know? The middle-aged man asked. The Tai Sui Treasure Lotus. I want to know where I can find the Tai Sui Treasure Lotus, or where I can find it. Lu Ming said. The Tai Sui Treasure Lotus is an extremely rare sacred herb with a unique medicinal effect. Not many of them have appeared since the ancient times. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart sank as he said. Even the Vientiane Tower doesn't have any information about the Tai Sui Treasure Lotus. Haha, I can only say that you're in luck. If you came a few days earlier, your trip would have been in vain. However, I just received a piece of information about the Tai Sui Treasure Lotus yesterday. Someone has seen the Tai Sui Treasure Lotus somewhere. The middle-aged man burst out laughing. Where is it? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Brother, don't worry. The Tai Sui Treasure Lotus is too rare. The Vientiane Tower had to pay a huge price to obtain this information. You'll have to pay the price if you want to know about it. The middle-aged man said with a smile. How many origin stones? Lu Ming asked. He knew that he would need origin stones to obtain the information. Information about something as rare as the Tai Sui treasured lotus is naturally valuable. 500,000 high-grade origin stones for this piece of information, the middle-aged man said. The corner of Lu Ming's lips twitched slightly. 500,000 high-grade origin stones for a piece of information? How expensive! Of course, the Vientiane Tower's members were spread all over the world. It's priced to nurture so many people. All right, I'll take the information about the Tai Sui treasure lotus. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and filled it with 500,000 high-grade raw stones. He passed it to the elegant middle-aged man. But the Tai Sui treasure lotus is extremely spiritual consciousness. Not long after, he returned to the Yuanshan Academy. Then he sent a message to Huang Ling, Long Chun and the others, saying that he would be leaving for a while. He planned to go to the Tai Sword Tomb immediately to find the Tai Sui treasure lotus, so that Autumn Moon could recover her memories. For things like memories, the longer it was delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for Qiuyu, and the harder it would be for her to recover. Lu Ming didn't have to worry about the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Huang Li had broken through to the Absolute Saint realm, and his strength had increased greatly. Luo Tianyi was also with them. Lu Ming didn't waste any time, and walked to the teleportation formation of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Of course, he couldn't teleport directly to the Tai Sword Tomb. Instead, he teleported to the public teleportation area near the Tai Sword Tomb. In fact, every Emperor-level force would build a teleportation formation. But almost all of them were one-way. People from the outside couldn't teleport in. If people from the outside could teleport into a force, that force would be in danger. If they were an enemy, it would be even more dangerous. Only forces that had a good relationship with each other would have a two-way teleportation formation. Therefore, in many areas, there would be public teleportation areas. For example, outside the ancient moon's sacred ground, outside the ancient sun's sacred ground, and the 8 citadels around the celestial city were all public teleportation areas. If outsiders wanted to enter these places, they could only teleport to the public teleportation area, and then fly there. Therefore, if they wanted to go to a certain place, they could only teleport to the nearest public teleportation area, and then fly there. After all, the primordial mountain was too big. It was unrealistic to rely on flying. Even an ordinary emperor-level expert would need a long time to cross the entire primordial mountain. Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation formation and teleported to the public teleportation area closest to the Tai Sword Tomb. Then he took out the flying shuttle and flew toward the Tai Sword Tomb. Lu Ming had obtained this sky-piercing flying shuttle after killing his enemies. It was 20 times faster than the sky-piercing flying shuttle that Valley Master Yunкong had. In the flying shuttle, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance and released Autumn Moon from the mountain river diagram. What's so magical about the Heavenly Emperor's sword? Show me. Autumn Moon came out and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Was this person really her young master? His talent was also amazing. He could barely be her young master. Autumn Moon had a strange thought in her mind. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. The Heavenly Emperor's sword really looked like a stone sword. It was polished from a strange stone. Moreover, at this time, there was no abnormality at all. It was as if it was really an ordinary stone sword. There was no shocking phenomenon like when it was first pulled out. This is really the Heavenly Emperor's sword. It looks very ordinary. Could the legend be wrong? Autumn Moon looked at the stone sword curiously, then took it and looked at it carefully. Finally, she injected her saint power, but the stone sword did not react at all. Lu Ming took it, and also injected his saint power. He even channeled the law of primal chaos, but there was no reaction at all. There's no reaction at all. It's become a useless sword. Lu Ming was speechless. Then the two of them studied it again, but there was still no result. Lu Ming had to put it in the mountain river diagram. He would study it later. The distance to the Tai Sword Tomb was not short. Even with the flying shuttle that was 20 times the speed, it would still take half a month. The two of them began to cultivate in the flying shuttle. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. They came to a wild mountain range, surrounded by vast mountains. In the mountains, the roars of beasts were incessant. Lu Ming put away the flying shuttle. The two of them walked on air. After more than 100,000 miles, they found that the area was getting quieter and quieter. There were fewer and fewer living creatures. Finally, they saw a huge cave. It was like a huge demonic well that led underground. In the cave, there was a constant aura of death. That was why there was a dead silence around the cave. Chapter 1889. The Tai Sword Tomb was the place where swords were buried. It was said that in the distant past, an extremely powerful sword cultivator had fallen in the Tai Sword Tomb. This place became his tomb, attracting the worship of tens of thousands of swords. Countless ownerless swords flew here, and were buried together with that terrifying cultivator. Later on, countless powerful sword cultivators coveted the sword cultivator's inheritance. In order to obtain the sword cultivator's inheritance, a fierce battle broke out there. Countless powerful sword cultivators had died in battle here, and were buried here. This place became a terrifying sword tomb. Later on, many sword cultivators who had reached the end of their lifespan and were about to die would come here and be buried there. Over time, the number of experts and swords buried here was innumerable. It was impossible to tell how many of them had been buried here. Over time, some wonderful treasures were born in the Tai Sword Tomb. For example, the sword origin was a rare treasure. Refining the sword origin could refine one's true origin and saint force to improve one's cultivation. Some people would also come here to look for spiritual swords. Since ancient times, many sword cultivators had been buried here. It was said that there were even many emperor-level sword cultivators. Some of the swords left behind by them were real treasures. If one was lucky enough to get it, he would be rich. Therefore, the Tai Sword Tomb attracted many people to explore. Many people would come here every year, especially sword cultivators. The Tai Sui treasured lotus had been found by explorers here. Lu Ming scanned the area. True enough, he saw some figures near the cave. You too. A gentle-looking old man flew over and looked at Lu Ming and Qiu Moon. He smiled and said, "You two also want to explore the sword tomb, right?" "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "It just so happens that I'm forming a team with some friends to enter the sword tomb together. After all, there are opportunities and dangers in the sword tomb. There's strength in numbers and we can help each other. Young friends, are you willing to join us?" The old man smiled and said, "Team up." Lu Ming thought to himself. The Tai Sword Tomb was full of opportunities and dangers. Since ancient times, many sword cultivators had been buried here, and some dangerous things had been born. They were the sword aura. The sword baleful beasts would kill any living being they encountered. They had no intelligence at all. There were strong sword emanations and weak sword emanations. Some sword emanations were extremely powerful, and it would be very dangerous for a single person to encounter them. Thus, it was normal for many people to form teams and enter the sword emanations. "Senior, the two of us are here to search for a type of sacred medicine," Lu Ming said. "Haha, that's great. The Tai Sword Tomb is extremely vast. Just relying on the two of you is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Come with us and keep an eye on each other. You'll have a better chance," the old man said with a smile. "All right, I agree." Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded. The old man's words made sense. It was indeed difficult for the two of them to search for Zhang Xian. If they teamed up with more people, their chances of success would be higher. Moreover, some of these people might have been active here for a long time. They might be able to obtain some useful information. "All right, haha, come let me introduce you to the others." The old man smiled and led Lu Ming and Autumn Moon towards the others. There were 8 people at the entrance of the cave. The old man introduced them. After the old man's introduction, Lu Ming learned that the old man's name was Wu Chu. He was a perfected paragon saint. Among these people, his cultivation was the highest. "Young friends, we'll have to wait a little longer. We'll go in when there are more people," Wu Chu said. He had a gentle smile on his face, which made him seem easy to get along with. "It's fine to wait a little longer." Lu Ming nodded. Finding the Tai Sui treasured lotus wasn't something that could be done in a day. It wouldn't hurt to wait a few more days. There were indeed many people who came to explore the Tai Sword Tomb. Every 2 days, there would be people who came, and Wu Chu pulled them into the group. More than 10 days later, there were more than 20 people in the group. All right, it's about time. Let's go, Wu Chu said. Then he took the lead and flew into the cave, followed by the others. The cave was huge and it led underground. It was unfathomable. Lu Ming and the others flew down for about 10,000 feet before they finally reached the bottom. It really looks like an underground world. Lu Ming looked around and found that there was a world under the cave. He couldn't see the end of it. There were mountain peaks in this place, but it was deathly still. There was nothing here. There were only swords. Rusty swords were either stuck in the ground or on the mountain peaks. However, they had lost their spirituality and were about to corrode after countless years. Let's set up a formation so that we won't panic when we're attacked, Wu Chu said. Then he arranged the formation. Lu Ming and Qiu Moon were arranged to be at the back. Some of them were in the middle, while others were in the front and left. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He found that those who were arranged to be in the front, back, left, and right were the people who joined the group later. Wu Chu was in the middle with 5 or 6 people. According to him, his cultivation was the highest. He would be in the middle to provide support at any time. The others didn't have any objections. They chose a direction and ran forward. The Tai Sword Tomb gave people the impression of being dead silent. There was silence between heaven and earth. Occasionally, there would be gusts of cold wind blowing. Not a single blade of grass grew. It was incomparably desolate. They ran forward for hundreds of miles. The scenery they saw was similar. This was the outer area. The swords they encountered were all corroded. There wouldn't be much to gain in this area. After walking for an unknown distance, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. They were 2 black figures. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They looked like ghosts. When the 2 black figures saw Lu Ming and the others, their eyes emitted a sharp aura. They turned into 2 beams of sword light and charged at the group. They are 2 sword emanations. However, their strength is only at the bright sage realm, Wu Chu said. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of energy shot out and defeated the 2 sword emanations. After the 2 sword emanations were defeated, they turned into 2 beams of energy and sank into the ground, disappearing. It was said that these sword emanations were very difficult to kill. They could only be defeated temporarily. After being defeated, they would escape into the ground. After a period of time, they would reappear. The group continued forward. They encountered a few more sword emanations, but they were not strong and were easily defeated. Suddenly, a weak sword intent came from the front. There's a sword source in front. Wu Chu's eyes lit up. It was obvious that this was not Wu Chu's first time entering the Tai Sword Tomb. He was very experienced. Based on a weak sword intent, he could determine that there was a sword source in front. The group restrained their auras and moved forward carefully. After circling around a mountain, they saw dozens of sword emanations. Chapter 1890. Among the dozens of sword emanations, there were 3 battle swords. These 3 battle swords were not real, and were not real battle swords. Instead, they were condensed from extremely pure sword chi, and were inserted into the ground. These were the sword sources. Dozens of sword emanations surrounded the 3 sword sources. The sword emanations could absorb the energy from the sword sources to strengthen themselves. Therefore, there were sword emanations guarding each sword source. Since there were 3 sword sources here, there were naturally more sword emanations guarding them. 3 sword sources. Wu Chu's gentle eyes emitted a blazing light. What should we do? Someone asked. We can't fight head-on. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we alert the other sword emanations. The best way is to attract the sword emanations and use our powerful combat strength to instantly seize the 3 sword emanations. Wu Chu's eyes emitted a scheming light as he made arrangements. You guys split up and lure the sword emanations away. The few of us with the strongest cultivation will instantly seize the 3 sword sources. Wu Chu pointed at Lu Ming, Qiu Moon, and a few others who joined the team later. We're going to lure them? Someone asked. That's right. In this sword tomb, we can only maximize our strength and obtain more resources by cooperating with each other. Don't worry, after we obtain the sword sources, we will split them equally. You guys won't get anything less. Wu Chu said. All right, let's lure them. That person nodded, and the others had no objections. Lu Ming and the rest slowly approached the sword emanations from different directions. When they were a certain distance away, the sword emanations discovered them, and a sharp light shot out from their eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then the sword emanations turned into streaks of sword radiance, and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Let's go! Lu Ming pulled Qiu Moon and turned to run. The others did the same. They all turned and ran into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Beside the sword sources, there were only 7 or 8 sword emanations left. It's good to find some bait. It can save a lot of effort. Beside Wu Chu, a middle-aged man sneered. He looked in the direction Lu Ming and the rest had left with a mocking smile on his face. There's no time. Let's attack and seize the 3 sword sources. Wu Chu took a step forward and charged toward the 7 or 8 sword emanations. His cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. With a single palm strike, 2 sword emanations were destroyed and turned into energy that sank into the ground. The other people beside Wu Chu also attacked. They released their auras. They were all absolute saints. Everyone attacked together. The 7 or 8 sword emanations did not last long before they were all killed. Qiu Moon. Qiu Moon. Qiu. 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 Qiu Yu. Qiu. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Qiu. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiu Yu. Qiu. Qiu Moon stopped abruptly. He waved his hand. 2 scimitars flew out. They spun quickly and swept toward the sword emanations. One of the sword fiends was equivalent to a lesser saint, while the others were all great saints. They weren't Qiu Yu's match at all. 2 scimitars swept past, and the sword fiends crumbled, turning into energy and dissipating. Ah! It was the screams of the other people who had attracted the sword emanations. Lu Ming's eyes grew colder. Ian Qiu Moon. Wu Chu and the rest had already gotten the 3 sword sources. They were retreating. They were surprised to see Lu Ming and Qiu. Looks like they're both geniuses. Even the sword emanations of absolute saints can't do anything to them. Wu Chu's eyes flashed. He smiled gently and said, Lu Ming, return to the team. We'll retreat first. Lu Ming nodded. Ian Qiu Moon returned to the team quietly and retreated. Not long after, an ear-piercing roar came from the place where they had obtained the sword sources. It was obvious that the sword emanations had returned and realized that the sword sources were gone. Not long after, a few people who had attracted the sword emanations returned to the team. These people's cultivation was not weak. They didn't die at the hands of the sword emanations. Wu Chu, where are the sword sources? You said we'd split them equally. Someone looked at Wu Chu. Haha, don't worry. We've only gotten 3 sword sources. I'll keep them for now. When we get more sword sources in the future, I'll split them equally. Wu Chu laughed. That person snorted and didn't say anything. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. There was a sharp glint in Qiu Yu's eyes, but the 2 of them did not say much. They continued forward. Not long after, Wu Chu sensed something again. There's another sword source in front. Wu Chu was overjoyed. The group moved forward and found a sword origin in a valley. The number of sword emanations guarding a single sword origin was relatively low. There were only about 3. Let's attack together and destroy these sword emanations, Wu Chu said. There were only about 10 sword emanations. There was no need to lure them away. Lu Ming and the rest were strong. They might be useful if they were kept alive. Wu Chu's lips curled into a sneer. In the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. On the other side, more than a dozen figures flashed and appeared there. They were all martial Dao experts. Obviously, they had entered the sword tomb before. There were many people in the sword tomb. Every few days, people would enter the sword tomb. No one knew how many people there were in the sword tomb. It was obvious that the other party was also an adventurer. The other party also saw Lu Ming and the rest. Their gazes were unfriendly. Some of them even revealed murderous intent. Wu Chu and the rest's faces darkened. Get lost. That sword source belongs to us. Someone in the other party said coldly. You're the ones getting lost. Wu Chu sneered. How could he let go of the sword source that was right in front of him? He turned and looked at Lu Ming and the rest. You guys go and stop them. We'll go and get the sword source. Wu Chu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, Qiu Moon, and a few others. These people were the ones who had gone to attract the sword emanations. They were also the ones they had found as bait. I knew it. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You want us to stop them? What a joke. There are many experts among them. If we go, we'll be courting death. I refuse. A short and stout man shook his head and refused directly. There was no lack of experts in the sword tomb. Among the dozen or so people, at least half of them were absolute saints. There might even be absolute saints at the peak of the absolute saint realm like Wu Chu. Asking them to stop them would be suicide. Chapter 1891. Wu Chu glanced at Lu Ming and the others with sharp eyes. He said that as long as Lu Ming and the others could hold on for a while, he would help them when they got the sword origin. We asked you to do something, but you're so wishy-washy. We asked you to follow us and block the danger for you. Do you think you can just eat and drink for free? You have to do something valuable. A burly man beside Wu Chu said to them with a gloomy face. Lu Ming sneered. Wu Chu and the others were blocking the danger for them? What a joke. They were clearly using them as bait. If there was danger, they would let them go. It was the same now. They were asking them to block the danger while they went to get the sword origin. Who knew if they would run away after getting the sword origin? I'm not going. If you want to fight, fight among yourselves. I'll leave the team. I'd rather take the risk alone in the sword tomb. A burly man shook his head and refused. Then he wanted to leave. But at this moment, Wu Chu suddenly moved. He attacked violently and clawed at the brawny man. The burly man did not expect Wu Chu to attack him. He was a lesser absolute saint, but he could not use his full strength. Wu Chu was a perfected absolute saint. The difference between them was too great. He could not fight back at all. Puff! Wu Chu's claw cracked the burly man's head. The burly man roared. His eyes were filled with anger and indignation. Die! Wu Chu's power surged out. The burly man's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was instantly destroyed. It's too late to leave now. Go and stop them. Otherwise you'll die. Wu Chu said coldly to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Qiu Moon's eyes were gloomy. The others were pale. The dozen people opposite them looked at them in surprise. Haha. We haven't even started the battle and there's already an internal conflict. One of them sneered. No matter what tricks they're playing, get ready to attack. We have to get the sword origin. These people have to die too. The person with the strongest aura said coldly. Not only did they want the sword origin, but they also wanted to kill Lu Ming and the others. How could finding the sword origin be faster than killing people? On Lu Ming's side. Alright, let's attack. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. The others could only nod helplessly. When I tell you to start, you guys attack immediately and catch them off guard. Wu Chu transmitted his voice and then suddenly roared. Kill! Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of Lu Ming and the others flashed as they charged towards the other party. However, before he could get very far, Lu Ming's palm chopped down like a saber. A stream of energy as large as a mountain shot towards him. You're courting death. Kill them all. The leader of the other side let out a furious roar. More than 10 people erupted and charged towards Lu Ming's group. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Together with Qiu Yu, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards Wu Chu and the others. The others were stunned for a moment before fleeing in other directions. How could they really throw their lives away? All of you are courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming and the others were actually running in the opposite direction, and were rushing towards them, Chief Wu was immediately enraged. You're really treating us as bait. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered as he and Qiu Yu charged towards Wu Chu and the others. The other party also rushed towards Wu Chu and the others. Little brat, I'll kill you first. A burly man of the Saint Realm launched a fierce attack towards Lu Ming. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly as he punched out. He directly crushed the opponent's attack, and then collided with the opponent's palm. Crack! The opponent's hand bones were directly shattered. He frantically retreated with a look of disbelief. However, Lu Ming and Qiuyu did not continue to fight. They rushed past him and rushed into the distance. Following that, the other party had already rushed over. All sorts of attacks poured towards Wu Chu and the others. The two sides immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. "Damn it, little brat, I'll kill you sooner or later." Wu Chu roared, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming and Qiuyu. Lu Ming was actually so daring. Not only did he want to escape, but he also wanted to lead the other party to them. He deserved to be cut into pieces. "Old man, save your own life first. Goodbye." Lu Ming laughed as he and Qiuyu did not stop. They quickly flashed away. The other party saw that Lu Ming and the others were just two young men, so they did not care at all. They only stared at Wu Chu and the others and attacked ferociously. Not long after, Lu Ming and Qiuyu had already left the battlefield and appeared tens of thousands of miles away. The two of them did not have a fixed direction. Their goal was to find the Taisui treasure lotus. However, they did not know where the Taisui treasure lotus would appear in the sword tomb. They could only search randomly. The two of them randomly chose a direction and ran forward. Not long after, they found two sword sources. Beside them, there were about 20 sword emanations guarding them. Since they had encountered them, they naturally would not give up. Although the sword emanations were strong, with their battle strength, it was not too difficult. The two of them charged toward the sword sources at lightning speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword emanations also noticed Lu Ming and Qiuyu. They charged toward Lu Ming and Qiuyu. Their bodies were like divine swords, shining with dazzling sword light as they slashed toward the two. Qiuyu waved his hand. Two scimitars, one cold and one hot, flew out and continued to spin. The cold and hot collided, exploding with a destructive force that swept forward. The sword emanations, regardless of whether they were supreme saints or absolute saints, were instantly crushed by the destructive force. With Qiuyu's battle strength, he could instantly kill an ordinary absolute saint expert. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's attack was even more direct. He kept punching with his fists. A phantom of the suppressing prison monument appeared, and suppressed the sword emanations. All the sword emanations that were suppressed by the suppressing prison monument were instantly crushed. Even two absolute saints in the Great Completion were instantly killed. In a few breaths of time, the 20 sword emanations were cleared out by the two of them. The two of them each grabbed a sword origin and soared into the air, leaving this place. 10,000 miles away, in a valley, Lu Ming carefully examined the sword source in his hand. The sword source looked like a real battle sword from the outside, but when Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, he could clearly feel that it was formed by sword energy. Swallow! Lu Ming's palm exploded with a devouring power. The sword source exploded under the devouring power, turning into a gust of energy that was devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. He found that the sword source's energy seemed to be formed by thousands of tiny sword lights that merged with Lu Ming's saint power. They were like countless sharp sword lights, refining Lu Ming's saint power and making it stronger. Lu Ming started to refine the sword source. After more than 2 hours, Lu Ming finally finished refining the sword source's energy. My saint power has indeed become stronger and more condensed, Lu Ming thought. Chapter 1892. No wonder so many people had entered the sword tomb to search for sword sources. Some people's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for them to improve. However, if they refined the sword sources, they might be able to improve further. This was especially true for those who practiced the sword Dao. Lu Ming waited for a while longer before Qiu Moon finished her cultivation and refined a sword source. Then, the two of them left the place and continued their search. It would be good to obtain some sword sources while searching for the Taisui treasure lotus, as they could improve their cultivation. Soon after, the two of them found another sword source and kept it for the time being. The sword tomb was really huge. Lu Ming and the two of them wandered around for a whole day, but they still couldn't see the end of it. They had also obtained 4 sword sources, which was 2 for each of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a group of figures rushed out from a call in front of them and surrounded the two of them. There were 8 of them in total. They were all old men or middle-aged men, and they were all filled with killing intent. There were 5 great sages and 3 absolute sages. However, the most powerful one was only in the great achievement absolute sage realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. So it's 2 brats. One of them sneered and looked at Lu Ming and Xiaomun coldly. But this girl is really beautiful. I can enjoy her. A middle-aged skinny man who was as thin as a bamboo looked at Xiaomun with a burning gaze. Kid, hand over all the treasures you have. The skinny man said coldly. On average, there would be people entering the sword tomb every few days. Therefore, there were many people in the sword tomb. There were all kinds of people in the sword tomb. There were even some people who lived in the sword tomb all year round. They killed and robbed others of their treasures and sword sources to cultivate. In the sword tomb, no matter which faction you came from, your death would be in vain. No one would know who killed you or how you died. Obviously, these people in front of them were here to kill and rob. They were here to kill those who were alone or had a small group. I'll give you 3 breaths to get lost. 3. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? This brat told us to scram. Haha, did I hear wrongly? Someone laughed loudly, unable to believe his own ears. Judging from the age of Lu Ming and Xiaoyu, how old were they? What level of cultivation and combat strength could they have at this age? And he even told them to scram? What a joke. 2. Lu Ming continued. His voice was even colder, and filled with cold killing intent. The faces of the 8 people darkened. It seemed that Lu Ming wasn't joking. Could it be that Lu Ming had something to rely on? However, from the looks of it, Lu Ming and Li Qie were not even 30 years old. How could they be a match for them at such a young age? They had been active in the vicinity of the Tai Sword Tomb for over 100 years. During this period, they had encountered some young people, but they were no match for them. Many of them had died at their hands. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as confident as Lu Ming. 1. Lu Ming slowly spat out the last word, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. It seems that you don't want to leave. Then I'll fulfill your wish and let you be buried here with the thousands of battle swords. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. I'd like to see what you're capable of. A perfected great sage took a heavy step forward. His body was like a cannonball as he charged toward Lu Ming. His sacred power and nomological laws erupted. He was like a prehistoric giant beast, pressing down on Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked out. His foot landed directly on the opponent's dantian. The opponent screamed in pain. His body flew thousands of meters away and crashed into a mountain full of battle swords, creating a huge pit in the mountain. As for him, he was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. The remaining 7 people were stunned. A great saint in the complete perfection was like a baby in front of Lu Ming. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Could it be that this person had the combat strength of an absolute saint at such a young age? How was that possible? Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. The aura of a great saint in the complete perfection was fully released. The powerful aura locked onto the other 7 people. He had already given them a chance. Since they didn't take it, he would kill them all. Anyway, these people were not good people. He did not know how many people like Lu Ming and the rest had died in their hands. Xiaomun stood aside and didn't make a move. She knew Lu Ming's combat strength very well. She didn't need to do anything to deal with these people. Let's work together and kill him. The skinny man shouted. His aura erupted and he charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other 6 people also moved. Each of them released their aura. Terrifying attacks bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood still. An absolute saint weapon appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. A moon-like sword light burst out and slashed in all directions. All the attacks of the opponents were instantly destroyed. Puff, puff, puff. Blood light burst out and blood chi filled the air. The 7 figures pounced quickly, but the speed of their retreat was even faster. The 7 figures flew more than 1,000 meters and fell heavily on the ground. 6 of them had no vitality left. They were directly killed by Lu Ming's sword light. Only the skinny man still had a trace of vitality. He didn't die yet. His eyes were wide open, filled with endless horror and disbelief. He was just a young man, less than 30 years old. He actually had the cultivation of a great saint in the complete perfection. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Even he, a great saint in the great mastery, couldn't withstand a single blow. Could it be that young people nowadays were all so terrifying? They had been in the sword tomb for hundreds of years and didn't go out. Had the outside world changed? With endless questions, he breathed his last breath. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 8 people's storage rings came to his hand. He scanned the storage rings with his spiritual sense and saw the things in them at a glance. These people were really rich. The origin stones were piled up like mountains. It was obvious that they had killed many people over the years. There were also more than 10 sword sources in total. Sword sources were consumables. It was good enough to have 10 of them. Lu Ming gave half of them to Autumn Moon and left. In the next few days, they found a few more sword sources, but they still didn't see the Tai Sui lotus. It seemed that it wasn't easy to find the Tai Sui lotus. They had to be prepared for a long battle. There's a sword source over there. Suddenly, they saw a sword source in front of them. The 2 of them rushed toward it. At that moment, something strange happened. Clang! A sword cry resounded as the sword origin actually flew up on its own and whistled towards the depths of the sword tomb. The sword source moved on its own? The 2 of them didn't have time to think. They stepped into the air and chased after the sword source. However, the sword source's speed was shocking. It was like a ray of light that disappeared into the distance in an instant. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon couldn't catch up for a while. There's one there too. Chapter 1893. In another direction, a few sword sources broke through the air and flew toward the depths of the sword tomb. They were heading in the same direction as the sword sources that Lu Ming and the rest were chasing. What's going on? The 2 were puzzled. Why would the sword sources fly on their own? It would be fine if there was only one, but now there were several. The 2 chased for a while, going deeper and deeper into the sword tomb. At this time, they saw more sword sources flying toward the sword tomb, and some of them were being chased by people. Wait, Autumn Moon, wait a minute. Lu Ming stopped and frowned. There must be something wrong in the depths of the sword tomb. Otherwise, why would so many sword sources fly in the same direction? In a place like this, if there were any abnormalities, it would be either the birth of a treasure or the arrival of a danger. Lu Ming, should we chase them or not? Autumn Moon asked. She also felt that something was wrong. If they continued to chase, she did not know what would happen. Let's not go deeper. Let's see if we can find the Tai Sui treasure lotus in the outer area. Lu Ming said. Autumn Moon nodded. After that, the 2 did not continue to go deeper. They continued to search in the outer area. From time to time, they would see sword sources whizzing through the air, flying toward the depths of the sword tomb. They would also see figures flying in the air, chasing after the sword sources. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were lucky, they could intercept 1 or 2 sword sources along the way. Lu Ming, look, that's... Autumn Moon suddenly exclaimed and pointed at a cliff in front of them. Lu Ming looked in that direction and saw a lotus flower on the cliff. It was as white as jade and crystal clear. The strange thing was that the petals of the lotus flower were thin, long, and sharp like divine swords. The Tai Sui treasure lotus. Lu Ming had seen it in the records of the Great Pill Evolution Hall, so he recognized it at a glance. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. They had searched for a long time without finding any trace of the Tai Sui treasure lotus. They did not expect to see it when they stopped chasing and wanted to search in the outer area. The Tai Sui treasure lotus is very intelligent. It can escape on its own. Autumn Moon, stay here and block it. I'll go get it. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon, then used the divine breathing technique and flew silently toward the Tai Sui treasure lotus. When Lu Ming was a certain distance away, dense runes appeared on his palm. He pressed his palm on the ground, and the runes spread along the ground toward the Tai Sui treasure lotus. He wanted to seal the Tai Sui treasured lotus with the formation Dao to prevent it from escaping. However, the Tai Sui treasure lotus suddenly moved. It turned into a white beam of light, resembling a white sword. It broke through the sky and flew towards the depths of the tomb. Not good, we've been discovered. Qiuyu, chase after them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon, then used his movement technique to chase after the Taisui treasure lotus. Lu Ming was very fast, but so was the Taisui treasure lotus. It was as fast as the sword sources. Lu Ming could not catch up with it. The Taisui treasure lotus is too sensitive. I was so careful, but it still found me. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only give chase. Autumn Moon followed closely behind Lu Ming. The direction in which the Taisui treasured lotus fled was exactly the same as the direction in which the swords had fled. They chased the Taisui treasure lotus for several hours, but they could not catch up with it. At this moment, Lu Ming could not help but miss Bubbles. If Bubbles were around, given the speed of the space-time law and the sealing power, it would not be difficult to capture the Taisui treasure lotus. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The scene in front of him shocked him. There was an abyss in front of him. Above the abyss, countless sword sources gathered and danced in the air. Sword chi soared into the sky. There were too many sword sources. It was impossible to tell how many of them there were. Around the abyss, there were many people standing in the air. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. They surrounded the abyss, but did not take any action to seize the sword sources. That was because the scene was too strange. They had never seen so many sword sources gathering above the abyss. There had to be something fishy going on. No one dared to act rashly. Whoosh! At that moment, the Taisui treasure lotus turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared into the abyss. This is troublesome. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. It was not easy to find the Taisui treasure lotus. Unfortunately, he could not take it. He could only watch as it fled into the abyss. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon stood outside, looking ahead. They did not act rashly. Many people looked at the endless source of swords. Their eyes were burning with greed. There were so many sword sources. If they could refine them, how much could their cultivation improve? However, the situation was strange. Although they were greedy, they still kept their rationality and restrained themselves. Brat, it's you. At this moment, a furious roar could be heard. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A few figures dashed toward Lu Ming and his companion. So it's these guys. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and sneered. The person who flashed over was Wu Chu. At that moment, there were only two people left beside Wu Chu. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy losses. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wu Chu and the other two surrounded Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Brat! How dare you betray us? I'll make sure you die miserably. Wu Chu glared at Lu Ming furiously. His murderous intent was extremely strong. Previously, because of Lu Ming, not only did they not get the sword sources, but they also fought fiercely with the other party. In the end, many of them died in battle. Only the three of them managed to break out of the encirclement. They naturally blamed all of this on Lu Ming and the others. If Lu Ming and the others had acted according to their plan, they would not have suffered such losses. Betray you? What a joke. I only joined your team to cooperate with you. You used us as bait from the beginning. Do you think I would be stupid enough to die for you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. There was strong disdain in his eyes. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. Wu Chu said coldly. Weaklings? Haha. You're already so old, but you're only in the saint realm. Do you think you're strong? Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Whether I'm strong or not, I'm strong enough to kill you. Wu Chu took a step forward and fully unleashed his cultivation as a perfected saint. His withered claw grabbed at Lu Ming with a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched out. Bam! Lu Ming's fist collided with Wu Chu's claw. With a loud boom, both of their bodies were pushed back slightly. How is this possible? Wu Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Ming could actually block his attack. How was this possible? It was unbelievable that a perfected great saint could block the attack of a perfected saint. The others around them were also shocked. That's the law of primal chaos. He's a son of primal chaos. Chapter 1894. Many people recognized Lu Ming's law of primal chaos, and they exclaimed in shock. They hadn't expected a son of primal chaos to appear here. No wonder his battle prowess was so terrifying. Wu Chu was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He'd actually provoked a son of primal chaos. But then the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Since he'd already offended him, he'd kill him and get rid of all future troubles. Otherwise, he'd be the one to die in the future. He was a decisive person. After making a decision, he immediately said, "Let's go and kill him together." He said to the other two. Whoosh. Autumn Moon stepped into the air, two scimitars floating around him. He said, "Lu Ming, leave these two to me." Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Although the cultivation levels of the other two were very high, one was a great sage and the other was a peak great sage, given Qiuyu's cultivation level, it would not be a problem for her to block them. Autumn Moon stepped into the air, surrounded by the law of yin and yang, and charged toward the two. The two sides immediately clashed. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. He used the divine sword technique, and his soul pierced toward the other party like a sword. At the same time, Lu Ming stretched out his finger and pointed at the void. Endless energy gathered in the void, forming a huge finger that pressed down on Wu Chu. Wu Chu's pupils contracted rapidly, and a chill ran down his spine. It was as if he was facing a fatal danger. Heavenly Centipede Claw. Wu Chu roared and unleashed his strength to the extreme. He used a divine power, and a huge claw formed, grabbing toward the chaotic calamity finger. Boom! The huge claw and the chaotic calamity finger collided. The void began to tremble violently. In the next moment, under Wu Chu's horrified gaze, the claw he had condensed collapsed. The powerful force of the primal chaos tribulation finger slammed into his body, causing him to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. His body crashed heavily into the ground. Wu Chu's battle prowess wasn't very strong in the absolute saint realm. His theurgy was only at 85%, and it was just an ordinary law. It couldn't be compared to the 88% chaotic disaster finger. It was too weak. Wu Chu was severely injured in one move. That attack just now was Lu Ming's strongest attack. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger again, and another chaos finger of calamity was formed. Wu Chu revealed a look of despair as he desperately tried to resist. However, after this attack, Wu Chu's injuries became even more severe. Half of his body almost exploded. Facing ordinary martial artists, Lu Ming could completely cross a realm and kill the enemy. Boom. Boom. Then Lu Ming punched continuously. The terrifying fist force drowned Wu Chu. Wu Chu howled madly, letting out a roar of unwillingness. He did everything he could to resist, but gradually, his voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared. By the time Lu Ming stopped, Wu Chu had already disappeared. His body and soul had been destroyed, leaving only a storage ring on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected Wu Chu's storage ring. The faces of the two people who were fighting Autumn Moon changed drastically as they were filled with fear. That pinnacle absolute saint broke through Autumn Moon's attack and tried to escape. "Do you think you can escape?" Lu Ming said coldly. His figure flashed, and he instantly caught up with that person. He pointed his finger, and the chaos finger of calamity was formed, crushing toward that person. That person screamed in pain as his body was torn apart, and he died on the spot. A pinnacle absolute saint expert was instantly killed by Lu Ming. The remaining absolute saint expert was also turned into ashes under Autumn Moon's destructive energy. 3 great experts had died so quickly at the hands of 2 young people, which made the nearby people very solemn. The Son of Chaos is really shocking. His combat strength is incredible. It's better not to provoke such a peerless genius. I'm afraid there's a terrifying force behind him. Some people discussed as they looked at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon solemnly. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon stood on one side and looked toward the abyss. The others also calmed down and looked toward the endless sword source. As time passed, more and more people gathered, which made many people's faces turn gloomy. Forget it. If this continues, more and more people will come, and we won't be able to get many sword sources. I want to try and see if there's anything strange about it. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. An old man stepped out and rushed toward the sword sources. He was very close to the sword sources, but there was nothing strange. Grab them. The old man stretched out a large hand, which was formed by Saint power, and grabbed toward the sword sources. The hand grabbed, but there was still nothing strange. The old man grabbed a dozen sword sources and put them away. Ha ha ha. The old man was overjoyed. There was no danger at all. They were overthinking. Seeing that there was no danger, the others all looked greedy. They were about to fight for the sword sources. At this moment, a terrifying sword light suddenly slashed out from the abyss below. Oh no! The old man's face changed drastically. He waved his hand and set up layers of defense, trying to block it. However, the sword light slashed through the old man's defense instantly. The sword light didn't stop. The old man screamed as his body was cut in half. His body fell into the abyss and disappeared. Everyone was shocked and stopped in their tracks. "There's someone in the abyss," someone exclaimed. Sure enough, a person holding a long sword stepped out from the abyss. It was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. His aura was extremely shocking. He had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. Clearly, the sword light just now was from this person. There was someone in the abyss? Could it be that the sword sources were gathering because of this person? Kill! The man roared. Sword Chi whistled and charged toward the crowd. It's just a peak absolute saint. Let's work together and kill him. Someone shouted and counterattacked. Then someone else attacked. There were many experts who had entered the sword tomb to explore. They came from all over the Yuan mountain. Even the weakest of them was a great saint. Many of them were absolute saints, and there was no lack of peak absolute saints among them. 3 peak absolute saints attacked and fought with the person who had walked out of the abyss. The person who had walked out of the abyss was naturally no match for them. However, the person who had walked out of the abyss didn't seem to be afraid of death. He attacked with all his might and didn't care about defense. Something's not right. This person doesn't seem to have any intelligence. He only knows how to attack. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that the person who had walked out of the abyss had empty eyes. He looked like a walking corpse. Oh no, someone else has walked out of the abyss. Someone shouted. Everyone looked over. More figures had appeared in the abyss, and it wasn't just 1 or 2. There were many of them. One figure after another appeared, filled with cold killing intent. As soon as they appeared, they charged toward the crowd. That's the leader of the Round Blade faction. I know him. I heard that he had been adventuring in the sword tomb. So he's here? That's wind-chasing sword Lu Shirlang. He doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Exclamations sounded. Chapter 1895. More and more people stepped out of the abyss. Without saying a word, they charged toward the crowd. In the end, more than 100 people stepped out. They were all experts, and most of them were absolute saints. These people were not afraid of death, and were very troublesome. The scene fell into chaos. These people are just walking corpses. Let's work together and kill them. Someone shouted. There were at least 300 to 400 people here, and they were all experts. They worked together and attacked the people who had walked out of the abyss. That is, at this moment, Lu Ming saw a person and was shocked. Because Lu Ming actually knew one of them. The Life and Death Sword Sect Master. Lu Ming had never thought that he would see the Life and Death Sword Sect Master here. Back in the Tsang state, they had been ambushed by the evil spirit sect. In the end, they had broken out together. The Life and Death Sword Sect Master had brought Luo Xiang and succeeded in breaking out. He had never thought that he would appear in the sword tomb. Moreover, the Life and Death Sword Sect Master was like those people who had walked out of the abyss. He had completely lost his mind. His eyes were empty, and only his cultivation and combat power were left. Whoosh! The Life and Death Sword technique of the Life and Death Sword Sect Master was very terrifying. With one sword, an absolute saint expert's forehead was pierced. Junior brother, you're courting death. An old man roared and charged toward the Life and Death Sword Sect Master. This person was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. With one slash, he destroyed the Life and Death Sword Sect Master's attack. The saber didn't stop and slashed toward the Life and Death Sword Sect Master. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch, sending that person's saber flying. What are you doing? This person is crazy. He has lost his mind. The person shouted. I'll take care of him. Lu Ming said indifferently. The peak absolute saint was very afraid of Lu Ming. He gritted his teeth and left to kill the people who had walked out of the abyss. Whoosh! The life and death sword sect master attacked again. The sword light pierced through the sky. Lu Ming could see that the life and death sword sect master's cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming punched out and destroyed the life and death sword sect master's sword light. "Senior, wake up!" Lu Ming shouted. His voice rumbled like thunder and blasted into the head of the life and death sword faction. Kill. The leader of the life and death sword faction did not seem to notice anything, and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked the other party's attack and shouted continuously, but the other party did not react at all. "Lu Ming, this person's soul seems to have been obliterated." Autumn Moon appeared beside Lu Ming and said, "What's going on?" Lu Ming frowned. The leader of the Life and Death Sword faction had a good relationship with the Dragon God Valley in the past. They had fought against enemies together. Lu Ming did not want to see the leader of the Life and Death Sword faction fall, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. "Lu Ming, is this someone you know? But he has indeed fallen. If you can't bear it, then give him to someone else," Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded and quickly retreated with Autumn Moon, killing the other people who had walked out of the abyss. As for the leader of the Life and Death Sword faction, he continued to kill the others. However, there were even more people outside. Soon, the leader of the Life and Death Sword faction was surrounded by a few experts. His body exploded and fell into the abyss. Lu Ming sighed. The leader of a sect in the Tsang state, an overlord of a region, had ended up like this after leaving the Tsang state. He had escaped from the evil spirit sect, but in the end he had fallen here. Lu Ming could not help but think about Luo Xiang, who was with the leader of the Life and Death Sword faction. He was an upright person and also a terrifying genius. He had stayed at the same cultivation level and nurtured his sword soul for 15 years. No one knew what kind of achievements he could achieve in the future. Had he also perished? Lu Ming's thoughts were many, but his attacks did not stop. He killed 2 people who had walked out of the abyss. There were fewer people who had walked out of the abyss. In the end, they were surrounded and killed one by one. However, these people were very powerful and did not fear death. The people outside had also paid a heavy price. About 100 people were killed, and their blood dyed the ground red. When the last person who had walked out of the abyss was killed, everyone's gaze turned back to the abyss. Was there anyone else in the abyss? Why were those people like walking corpses? Were they being controlled? Many people's eyes flickered as various thoughts ran through their minds. However, no one dared to go up and snatch the sword sources. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sword sources gathered together and flew down into the abyss. In less than a minute, the endless source of swords flew down into the abyss and disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. All the sword sources had flown down into the abyss. What should they do? Should they go down? However, the abyss was very mysterious and terrifying. Previously, more than 100 experts had walked out of the abyss. All of them had no intelligence and were like walking corpses. They only knew how to kill. What was at the bottom of the abyss? Was it the appearance of a rare treasure that attracted the sword sources? Or was there some danger? Everyone looked at each other. They all wanted the others to go down first to explore. If there was danger, they could retreat in time. Everyone had the same thought. Who would take the lead? After a moment of stalemate, someone finally spoke. "Everyone, we can't go on like this. Why don't we join forces and explore together?" A purple-robed elder suggested. "All right, I agree. Instead of being in a stalemate, why don't we join forces and explore together?" A burly man said. "All right then. Those who want to go down and explore, take a few steps forward. Those who don't want to go down, retreat. We won't force you," the purple-robed elder said and took a step forward. Following that, the burly man also took a step forward. Some people pondered for a moment before taking a step forward. Disregarding everything else, the endless sword sources were definitely an irresistible temptation. If they could obtain a part of it, their cultivation would definitely improve rapidly, especially those who cultivated the sword. Not only could it improve their cultivation, but it could also temper their swordsmanship and improve their comprehension of the law of the sword. Even if there was danger, it was worth taking the risk. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu also took a step forward. The Taisui treasure lotus had escaped into the abyss. No matter what, they had to go down and search for it. Otherwise, they did not know when they would find it. However, not everyone wanted to go down and explore. Some shook their heads and took a few steps back. The abyss was too strange. No one could predict what dangers there would be. If they lost their lives, what was the point of obtaining the sword sources? However, only a few people retreated. More people planned to go down and explore. Everyone, those who don't want to go down, let them stay here forever. At this time, a cold light flashed in the purple-robed elder's eyes as he transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the others. Why? Someone asked with a glint in his eyes. Those who don't want to go down have ulterior motives. They probably want us to go down first to explore. Who knows if they will go down after we go down? There's no such good thing in the world. Also, some people are probably waiting for us to come out, and then ambush us. If we get injured down there, won't we be killed by these scoundrels? So these people can't be left alive. Chapter 1896. The purple-robed elder's words caused many people's eyes to flicker. That's right, we can't let these people live. If we let them live, we might be leaving a disaster for ourselves. The burly man also said coldly, I also think we can't let them live. Then let's kill them. The others also spoke one after another. Of course, they were all transmitting their voices. Those who chose to stay could not hear them at all. All right. Then let's kill them first. Let's go down and surround them first. Don't let them escape. The purple-robed elder said. Immediately, the crowd's figures flashed and surrounded those who had chosen to stay. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon did not move. Although the martial world was very cruel, and the weak were prey to the strong, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had their own principles. These people had no enmity with them, so they would not kill them for this reason. Of course, they would not stop them either. What are you doing? The expressions of those who chose to stay changed drastically. Kill. The purple-robed elder shouted coldly. They made their move. Dazzling and fatal rays of light burst out and attacked those who chose to stay. Those who chose to stay were already in the minority. How could they resist? Instantly they were killed one by one. You guys are too vicious. Someone roared, extremely unwilling to give up. Ridiculous. The burly man sneered and slashed out with his saber, killing that person. In just a few minutes, those who chose to stay were all killed. One wrong move, and those people would be facing death. All right, now that there's nothing to worry about, let's go down, the purple-robed elder said. Then, everyone formed a formation and flew carefully into the abyss. Looking down from above the abyss, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Descend. The purple-robed elder's cultivation was unfathomable. He was a quasi-emperor expert, so everyone naturally followed his lead. As soon as his voice fell, everyone flew down the abyss. The abyss was very deep. They descended for thousands of feet before reaching the bottom. As soon as they landed, Lu Ming looked in a direction in shock. In that direction, there was a giant sword that was at least 100 meters tall. It was incomparably huge. Under the giant sword, a figure sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. No aura could be felt from his body. Luo Xiang. Lu Ming murmured. As expected, Luo Xiang was also in this abyss. However, Luo Xiang did not rush out of the abyss like his master, the leader of the Life and Death Sword faction. Instead, he sat under the giant sword and did not feel the slightest bit of aura. Could it be that he had already fallen? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. Although he had not interacted much with Luo Xiang, he could feel that this person was an upright person who lived for the sword. He was a true swordsman. Then Lu Ming's gaze turned in another direction. There, endless sword sources gathered, spiraling about. Under the boundless sword source, there was a figure staring at Lu Ming and the others with sharp eyes. This is a sword termination. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The figure under the endless sword origin was clearly a sword aura. However, this sword aura was completely different from the sword aura that Lu Ming had seen before. Not only was this sword aura more solid, but there was also a glint of wisdom in its eyes. This sword terminus possessed intelligence. The others also noticed this sword terminus, and their expressions turned solemn. Lu Ming, Taisui treasured lotus. At the side, Qiu Qiumun nudged Lu Ming and whispered. Lu Ming followed Qiu Qiumun's gaze, and saw the Taisui treasured lotus rooted on a pile of bones. The lotus petals swayed gently and rippled with sword chi. Hee, you're all here. Just in time. Sacrifice yourselves to my sword. The sword terminus let out an ear-piercing laugh. How is this possible? Aren't sword terminus without intelligence? How could this sword terminus have intelligence? Could it be that those who came out of the abyss were all controlled by him? Is the sword origin gathering also because of him? Many people's expressions changed, and they were shocked. Some of them had been in the Tai sword tomb for many years, and had never heard of sword terminus gaining intelligence. They had also never seen sword origin gathering here. Today, I'll sacrifice your blood to my sword. Form. Sword Shah shouted as he raised his palm. The endless sword origin gathered toward Sword Shah's arm, and condensed together to form a huge battle sword. At the same time, wisps of blood chi gathered from above the abyss and gathered on the sword terminus, making his body more solid. This blood chi was the blood of those who had died in the battle above the abyss. Could it be that those figures who had come out and fought with them earlier wanted blood? Many people's expressions turned ugly when they thought of this. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from the sword emanation's body. This aura was incomparably powerful and superior. It was even stronger and purer than the aura of a quasi-emperor, like the purple-robed elder. This was Emperor's aura. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was pure Emperor's aura. This was an Emperor-level expert. There was actually an Emperor-level expert hiding in the abyss. Many people's hearts trembled, and they felt a chill run down their spine. Let's go. Someone roared and soared into the air, rushing toward the abyss in an attempt to escape. In the face of an Emperor-level expert, no matter how many people they had, it was useless. Only death awaited them. Hee, I've said that I'll sacrifice your blood to my sword to help me take the last step. All of you stay here. The sword terminus let out a sinister laugh. He raised the huge sword in his hand that was formed by the endless sword origin. Suddenly in the sky, endless sword radiance gathered. These sword radiance were like the battle sword. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, revealing its sharpness and sealing off all directions. Kill! The sword terminus roared again. Endless sword radiance covered the sky and pierced toward the crowd. Suddenly, screams rang out. One by one, the figures were either pierced by the sword radiance or split in half. Their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. After these people died, their blood gathered toward the sword terminus, making his aura even stronger. Wheel of Yin Yang. Autumn Moon shouted. A round wheel appeared in between her eyebrows. This round wheel emitted a cold chi on one side, and a blazing chi on the other. The combination of the two emitted a terrifying aura. That was the Emperor's aura. Obviously this was an Emperor weapon. The wheel of Yin Yang floated above Autumn Moon's head. A light curtain fell, enveloping Lu Ming and Autumn Moon within it. Dong! Dong! Those sword radiance bombarded the light curtain cast by the wheel of Yin Yang. The light curtain shook violently and rippled, but in the end it blocked the sword radiance's bombardment. Lu Ming's eyebrows also flashed with light. He originally wanted to use the Tai Chi array to block it, but after seeing that Autumn Moon could block it, he did not use it for the time being. Keeping a few trump cards might be of great use at a critical moment. Chapter 1897. There had been hundreds of them when they'd come down, but now, there were only 20 of them left. The weakest of the remaining 20 or so people were at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. In other words, everyone below the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm had been killed in that wave of attacks. Even the perfected Absolute Saints who'd survived were all injured. What a terrifying attack. Ordinary Absolute Saints couldn't even fight back against it. Imperial weapon. Sword emanations glanced coldly at Autumn Moon and Lu Ming. Run, run, run. The remaining people were terrified. They frantically rushed toward the abyss. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also rushed toward the abyss from another direction. More than 20 streaks of light moved at a shocking speed. However, sword emanations was even faster. He took a step forward and appeared in the air above the crowd. Boundless sword light began to converge. This time, the endless sword lights fused together. In the end, there were only 20 or so sword lights left. However, the might emitted by each of the sword lights increased explosively, giving off an incomparably terrifying feeling. Use your blood as a sacrifice to my sword. Kill. Sword emanations yelled. More than 20 streaks of sword light charged toward Lu Ming and the others. On average, one sword light fell for each person. Pooh. Pooh. Everyone used all their power to block, but some people couldn't block it at all. All attacks and defenses collapsed as the sword light slashed through. More than a dozen people were killed. They would never be able to leave this place. They were all at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. Only a few perfected Absolute Saints were able to block the attack with secret treasures. However, they were also severely injured. Autumn Moon also tried his best to control the Yin-Yang wheel to block the attack. Although he managed to block it in the end, Autumn Moon's body trembled. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Apart from them, 2 other people blocked the sword light. They were unharmed. One was the purple-robed elder from before. He was a quasi-emperor. The river of laws surrounded him. He defeated the sword light with one strike. The other person was a woman in a palace dress. She was also a quasi-emperor. She defeated the sword light. The 2 quasi-emperors destroyed the sword light and rushed upward. Haha, even a quasi-emperor must die. The sword emanation sneered as he waved the huge sword in his hand. Boundless sword light appeared once again, and gathered into a few sword lights that slashed towards the 2 boundary emperors. Break! The 2 boundary emperors bellowed. The rivers of law formed a terrifying attack that collided with the sword light. However, the sword light this time was clearly stronger. The 2 quasi-emperors trembled, and were sent flying downwards. This sword baleful has not fully become a martial emperor. We still have a chance. Let's work together and charge out. If we split up, we will all die. The purple-robed elder roared, and a purple river of laws revolved around his body. He turned into a purple beam of light, and rushed to the side of the woman. At the same time, the remaining perfected Absolute Saints also rushed toward them. Just as Autumn Moon was about to leave, she was stopped by Lu Ming. Let's not go there. Let's go get the Tai Sui treasured lotus. Lu Ming secretly transmitted a message to Autumn Moon. They didn't rush towards the purple-robed old man and the others. Instead, they rushed towards the Tai Sui treasure lotus. On the other hand, the purple-robed old man and the others gathered together and rushed upwards at the same time. The sword emanations glanced at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon coldly, and then ignored them. He looked at the purple-robed old man and the others and sneered. Although I am close to becoming a martial emperor, it is more than enough to kill you. After killing you, I will use your blood to help me become a martial emperor. Condense. As the sword emanations uttered the last word, boundless sword light gathered and turned into 3 huge sword lights. They slashed towards the purple-robed old man and the others from 3 different directions. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying attacks and boundless sword chi filled the area. Many sword marks appeared on the canyon at the edge of the abyss. After a few screams, the remaining Absolute Saints of the Absolute Saint realm were killed by the terrifying power. Only the 2 emperors-to-be were still alive. However, the 2 boundary emperors' faces were pale. Why aren't the 2 of you working together? Do you want to die here together? The purple-robed old man roared. He was obviously talking to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to hear him. He pulled Autumn Moon and rushed towards the Tai Sui treasure lotus. He felt a terrifying sense of danger from the sword emanations. He had a feeling that even if he worked together with the purple-robed old man and the others, they wouldn't be able to get out. They would only be able to get out if they used a special attack. Damn it! The purple-robed old man roared. He worked together with the woman and 2 rivers of law turned into terrifying attacks. The sword emanations took a step forward and 3 sword lights formed again. They slashed towards the purple-robed old man and the woman. The purple-robed old man and the woman trembled as they were pushed back. They were at a disadvantage. Right then, Lu Ming was about to reach the Tai Sui treasure lotus. The sword emanations narrowed his eyes. The giant sword that was condensed from the sword origin in his hand vibrated slightly. Dozens of terrifying sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming and the sword emanations. Tai Sui array disc. Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the Tai Sui array disc appeared. It expanded rapidly and blocked in front of the two. Clang, clang, clang. The sword lights slashed onto the Tai Sui array disc, and it shook violently. However, the Tai Sui array disc was an emperor-level treasure. It was extremely sturdy and didn't even leave a mark on it. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon continued to rush towards the Tai Sui treasure lotus. The petals of the Tai Sui treasure lotus rippled, as if it had sensed Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Seal. Lu Ming spat out a word. Then, dense runes appeared on the ground around the Tai Sui treasure lotus. These runes formed a sealing force that enveloped the Tai Sui treasure lotus like a huge net. The Tai Sui treasure lotus emitted a dazzling sword chi and tried to rush out. However, it was blocked by the sealing force. With his previous experience, Lu Ming would not go all out. During the impact earlier, Lu Ming had already secretly injected the law of array into the ground. Through the ground, he arrived near the Tai Sui treasure lotus. Then he suddenly attacked and sealed the Tai Sui treasure lotus. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon rushed over. Lu Ming grabbed the Tai Sui treasure lotus and put it into the mountain river diagram. Let's go. With the Tai Sui treasure lotus in hand, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon turned into two streaks of light and rushed towards the abyss from another direction. Don't even think about leaving, the sword demon said coldly. He couldn't let anyone leave today. If news of him got out and a true emperor-level figure came, he would be finished. He waved the huge sword in his hand, and beams of sword gleams appeared above Lu Ming and Qiu Yu's heads, slashing toward them. Lu Ming blocked with the Tai Sui array disc. All the sword lights slashed onto the Tai Sui array disc. The Tai Sui array disc vibrated and Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were blocked. Kill. The sword demon blocked Lu Ming and Autumn Moon with his sword lights and focused more on the purple-robed elder and the woman. The three huge sword lights that were attacking the purple-robed elder and the woman gathered together to form an even bigger sword light. Chapter 1898. Swoosh. The sword light slashed down. Even with the purple-robed elders and the woman's cultivation, they almost could not block it. The river of laws was almost pierced through as blood spurted from their mouths. However, what made them despair was that the giant sword slashed down again. They could only try their best to block it. Autumn Moon, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Autumn Moon. The mountain and river diagram flew out and sucked Autumn Moon into it. Lu Ming's glabella shone again as he took out the Great Elixir Development Furnace. Lu Ming rushed into the Great Elixir Development Furnace and controlled it to fly upwards. The Great Elixir Development Furnace was the most precious treasure of the Great Elixir Development Palace. It was unknown what grade it was, but it was definitely above the Tai Chi array disc. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light kept slashing on the Great Elixir Development Furnace. The Great Elixir Development Furnace shook, but it was still slowly moving upwards. This was Lu Ming's plan. He wanted the purple-robed elder and the woman, the two boundary emperors, to hold back the sword emanations while he rushed out with the Great Elixir Development Furnace. If he was with the purple-robed elder and the others, they would not be able to escape from the sword emanations' all-out attack. The sword emanations' expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lu Ming to have so many treasures on him. Each one was stronger than the previous one. If this continued, he would not be able to free himself and Lu Ming might really escape. Don't even think about it. Today, all of you will stay here. These treasures are all mine. The sword emanations roared as his body emitted a blood-red light. This blood-red light was the blood-red light that he had just absorbed. At this moment, it flowed out from his body like water. It looked extremely strange. Then, the blood-red light flowed to the giant sword in his hand and burned like a flame. The giant sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a terrifying killing sword. Return. The giant sword light that attacked the purple-robed elder, and the others also flew into the giant sword and merged with it. This made the giant sword in the sword emanation's hand even more terrifying. Swoosh. The sword emanation stepped into the air and slashed the giant sword in his hand towards the purple-robed elder and the woman. The terrifying sword might covered the sky and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme, causing the space to tremble as if it had the power to split the heavens and earth apart. Not good. The faces of the purple-robed elder and the woman in the palatial dress changed dramatically, revealing expressions of terror. The might of this sword strike already surpassed that of a quasi-emperor, infinitely close to that of a martial emperor. With this strike, they were all going to die. No, I don't want to die. The purple-robed elder roared in his heart as his eyes revealed a ferocious look. Suddenly, he attacked and struck the woman with his palm, sending her flying into the air towards the sword emanations. You despicable! The woman in the palace dress roared. Her eyes were filled with endless fury and fear. But at this time, in order to save her life, she could only use all her strength to resist. She unleashed all of her techniques and even took out all of her saint weapons. However, in the face of the sword emanations, everything was in vain. As the giant sword slashed down, all of the woman's defenses, as well as her body, were reduced to ashes. This brat. After the purple-robed elder sent the woman flying with his palm, he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had consecutively taken out his emperor weapon. If he could obtain Lu Ming's emperor weapon, his chances of escaping would be greatly increased. However, the sword emanations would not let him have his way. He trying to escape? Die. After the sword emanations killed the woman in the palace dress, its body flashed and appeared above the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder's face was as white as snow. No, he roared, but under the slash of the sword light, he followed in the footsteps of the woman in the palace dress and was reduced to ashes. He pushed the woman in the palace dress towards the sword emanations, but he only lived for a few more breaths. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed drastically in the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. The sword emanations had been using some of its sword light to obstruct him. At this time, he had not managed to get too far. Moreover, he did not expect that the purple-robed elder and the woman in the palace dress, two emperor-to-be experts, would be killed so quickly. The sword emanations had obviously used a method to temporarily increase his combat strength, allowing his combat strength to be infinitely close to that of an emperor-level expert. Brat, it's your turn now. The sword emanations sneered and took a step forward. He appeared above the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace and slashed down with his giant sword. Boom! The giant sword slashed on the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. The Great Evolution Elixir Furnace shook violently. Like a cannonball, it fell into the abyss and landed heavily on the ground. The entire abyss shook violently. 100-meter deep pit was formed in the ground. The Great Evolution Elixir Furnace was embedded in the deep pit. Within the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace, Lu Ming spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Although he had the protection of the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace, Lu Ming's cultivation was limited. He could not unleash the full power of the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. Moreover, his cultivation was too far from the Sword Emanations Elixir Furnace. The Sword Emanations Elixir Furnace was enough to injure Lu Ming. This treasure is really amazing. Haha, not only will I become an emperor-level expert today, I will also obtain a few rare treasures. The heavens are really helping me. The Sword Emanations Elixir Furnace laughed loudly. He appeared above the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace and slashed at it again. Dong. The Great Evolution Elixir Furnace shook violently. The terrifying power caused the surrounding ground to shatter. The 100-meter deep pit exploded once again and became even bigger. The Great Evolution Elixir Furnace shook and produced a terrifying power that bombarded Lu Ming's body. It caused Lu Ming to spit out mouthfuls of blood and his injuries to worsen. This can't go on. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, under such circumstances, he had no way to escape. The difference in strength between him and the Sword Emanations Elixir Furnace was too great. Even with the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace, it could not protect him. If this went on, he would be killed sooner or later. He might even exhaust his saint power and lose control of the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. Let's see how long you can hide. Slash. 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 The Sword Emanations Elixir Furnace roared. The giant sword in his hand that was formed from the endless sword origin continuously slashed at the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. The entire abyss was shaking non-stop. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground and extended in all directions. Within the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace, Lu Ming used all of his strength. The law of primal chaos protected his body and saint power surrounded his body. However, the terrifying vibrations continued to bombard his body, causing his injuries to worsen. Not long after, the Sword Emanations Elixir Furnace had attacked more than 100 times. Lu Ming's aura was extremely weak, and his injuries were severe. Not good. Suddenly Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that he was starting to lose control of the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. Boom. As expected, when the Sword Emanations Elixir Furnace slashed down again, the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace shook and began to shrink rapidly. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared. Lu Ming's body appeared in the deep pit. Ha ha ha, kid, you're finally out. Let's see how you're going to stop me now. The Sword Emanations Elixir Furnace laughed sinisterly and was filled with killing intent. In order to deal with Lu Ming, he had expended a large amount of Yuan Qi. Now he was not even confident that he could break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Chapter 1899. What should I do? Lu Ming quickly thought of a solution in his mind. Lu Ming still had one last method, which was to enter the mountain river diagram. However, once he entered the mountain river diagram, it would be exposed and controlled by the other party. Moreover, he was not confident that the mountain river diagram could stop the other party. The mountain river diagram was just a grotto heaven treasure, and its defensive power could not be as strong as the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. Once he entered the mountain river diagram, he would be completely passive and at the mercy of the other party. Am I going to die here today? Lu Ming clenched his fists and was extremely unwilling. In his life, he had experienced many difficulties and dangers. He had experienced all kinds of dangers, but he had still managed to overcome them one by one. He was unwilling to die just like that. He wanted to reach the peak of martial arts. Die. At this moment, the Sword Emanations shouted coldly and slashed the giant sword in his hand at Lu Ming. This sword could kill a quasi-emperor in an instant, and its power was extremely powerful. Before the sword arrived, the terrifying pressure had already made it difficult for Lu Ming to move. The strong pressure pressed on Lu Ming's body, causing his bones to creak as if they were about to break. This sword was unstoppable. No, I can't die. I have friends and family that need my protection. My parents need my protection. I don't know where Xiaoqing is now. I have to find her, Xiang Emoli. Once I die, Qiuqiumun will also die. I can't die. I have to reach the peak and change my fate. Lu Ming roared in his heart, bursting with endless fighting spirit. Even if he was in a desperate situation, he was unwilling to die. Even if he could not defeat the other party, he had to fight. Even if he died, he had to fight to the death. His eyes were full of unyielding determination. He was unyielding to the Sword Emanations and unyielding to fate. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a sword rang through the 9 heavens. Within the mountain river diagram, a stone sword broke through the barrier of the mountain river diagram and flew out, hovering above Lu Ming's head. A terrifying sword radiance shot out from the stone sword and shot up into the sky. The sword radiance from the Sword Emanations was destroyed by this sword radiance. This is the sword of the Celestial Emperor. Lu Ming never would have thought that the Celestial Emperor's sword would suddenly rush out and block his opponent's sword at the critical moment. This Sword Emanations' gaze also landed on the sword of the Celestial Varch. He did not know why, but when he saw the sword his heart trembled. Divine sword, a peerless divine sword. If I get this sword, my cultivation will break through the shackles in an instant and reach the Martial Emperor realm. I might even be able to reach higher realms in the future. The Sword Emanations' eyes emitted a fiery glow. He was a sword baleful spirit that had been unintentionally nurtured by the Tai Sword Tomb after countless years. He possessed intelligence. However, he was still lacking at the Khanate level. Unlike the human race, it was extremely difficult for him to advance. It was much more difficult for him compared to humans, demons, and divine beasts. He had cultivated bitterly for many years and finally found the opportunity to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. But because of Lu Ming, the opportunity for a breakthrough had become mysterious again. However, Lu Ming actually had a peerless divine sword in his hands. He had a feeling that as long as he could get this peerless divine sword, he would be able to advance rapidly in the future. Even his cultivation speed would skyrocket. He had to get this sword. Lad, you have a lot of treasures in your hands. Hand over this sword obediently, and I can give you a quick death. Sword emanations looked coldly at Lu Ming, but the greed in his eyes could not be concealed. If you let me go, I can give it to you. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. All right, I agree to let you go. Hand over the sword to me. Sword emanations did not hesitate and immediately nodded. Do you think I am stupid? If I hand it over to you now, what if you go back on your word? Wait until I get out of here. Then I will hand it over to you. Lu Ming said. Lad, you are not qualified to talk terms with me now. If you don't hand it over, then I will take it myself. Sword emanations said coldly. The aura on his body became stronger, and the huge sword in his hand emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Swoosh. He slashed down with the sword again. This time, the power of the sword was even stronger than before. Buzz. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor vibrated slightly and scattered a sword screen, enveloping Lu Ming within it. Sword emanation's sword radiance slashed on the light screen. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea. There were no ripples and it disappeared immediately. No, it did not disappear. It was absorbed by the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Buzz. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor vibrated again and emitted a terrifying suction force. Sword emanation's face changed. At this moment, he felt a terrifying suction force from the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. The huge sword in his hand was about to fly toward the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. A few of the sword sources even left the huge sword and flew toward the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. They entered the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and disappeared. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor vibrated slightly as if it was very excited. The suction force became stronger. You want to swallow my sword sources? Stop. Sword emanations roared. Blood radiance continuously flowed out of his body and burned fiercely. His strength increased tremendously, and he forcefully stabilized the huge sword in his hand. Your sword is indeed amazing. However, if you want to swallow my sword sources, don't even think about it. Sword emanations shouted, his gaze as cold as a knife. What if I join in? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was not Lu Ming who had spoken. Apart from Lu Ming and sword emanations, there was a third person here? Luoxiang. Lu Ming immediately thought of Luoxiang. He extended his spiritual senses and saw that Luoxiang had opened his eyes. Above his head, there was a black and white sword floating. That was his sword soul. Luoxiang was not dead. You are not dead yet. Sword emanation screamed. If you are not dead, how can I die? Swallow. Luoxiang said coldly. When he spat out the last word, the huge sword on his back that was stuck in the ground vibrated violently. Clang. The humming of the sword whistled as the gigantic sword emitted an incomparably resplendent light. Unexpectedly, it also exploded with a terrifying attractive force that enveloped the sword chi. A few sword sources flew out of the huge sword in sword emanation's hands and entered the huge sword. At this moment, the sword of the Heavenly Emperor also seized the opportunity and released its suction force. Swoosh. Swoosh. The huge sword in sword emanation's hands continued to send sword sources into the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Being enveloped by the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and the huge sword on Luoxiang's back at the same time, sword emanations finally could not resist. What frightened him was that he could not leave this place even if he wanted to. He realized that his body could not move at all. He was being sucked in by the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and the huge sword on Luoxiang's back. As for the huge sword in his hands, sword sources were being separated and absorbed by the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and the huge sword. Swoosh. Suddenly, two sword sources flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that this seemed to be a reward from the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming was stunned. Chapter 1900. In his dantian, the two saint hearts were operating at full power. The saint power slowly grew stronger and flowed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming's injuries started to heal. On the other side, Luoxiang's situation was very similar to Lu Ming's. The giant sword could actually split into sword sources and fly to Luo Xiang, which were absorbed by his sword spirit. Luo Xiang sat there without moving. He was like an old monk in meditation, cultivating wholeheartedly. No, no, Sword Sha screamed and kept exploding. He wanted to resist, but it was useless in the end. He couldn't move at all. He seemed to be restrained. As the sword sources in his giant sword kept being absorbed, his ability to resist became weaker and weaker. However, there were too many sword sources in the giant sword. It was endless. It couldn't be absorbed in a short time. Time flew by quickly. Day after day passed. With Lu Ming's spiritual body's strength, his injuries were healed after a day. He then used the sword source's power to refine his true origin and improve his cultivation. Every time the sword source's power was refined, 2 more sword sources would fly to him and be devoured by Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation became stronger and stronger. He was close to becoming an absolute saint. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, the endless sword sources in Sword Sha's hand were almost completely absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor's sword and the giant sword. Lu Ming also refined many sword sources. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. He was very close to becoming an absolute saint. It wasn't that easy to become an absolute saint. Although Lu Ming had refined many sword sources during this time, he still hadn't broken through. He needed an opportunity. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. It was very difficult for a supreme saint to become an absolute saint. It needed a long time to accumulate. Without enough accumulation, it was impossible to improve. Take Autumn Moon for example. When Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon was already a peak supreme saint. But now, she still hadn't become an absolute saint. She was accumulating. Only after accumulating to a certain extent would one be able to make a breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, given that Lu Ming had cultivated 2 sacred hearts, he would not be able to break through to the absolute saint realm without a few years of accumulation. But now Lu Ming had completed several years of accumulation in just 3 months. The Celestial Emperor's sword had absorbed a large amount of sword origin. There was a layer of faint white light on it, looking incomparably mysterious. On Luo Xiang's back, the giant sword also emitted a dazzling sword light. On the surface of the sword, there were mysterious runes flowing. No, I can't accept this, Sword Emanations muttered to himself. At that moment, his aura was extremely weak and he was extremely weak. When the last sword origin was absorbed, the Celestial Emperor's sword shook and withdrew all of its aura. It turned back into an ordinary stone sword and flew into Lu Ming's forehead. It floated in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming moved his mind, and the Celestial Emperor's sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. But after Lu Ming injected his saint power into it, he realized that the Celestial Emperor's sword didn't react at all. Is this really the Celestial Emperor's sword? I can't unleash its power at all. Lu Ming was speechless. He put the Celestial Emperor's sword back into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the giant sword on Luo Xiang's back shook as if it was going to break out of the ground. The light on the sword became even more dazzling. An even stronger suction force enveloped Sword Emanations. Sword Emanations was terrified. He screamed, "No!" He struggled wildly, but it was all in vain. His body flew toward the giant sword and disappeared into it. Clang! The giant sword buzzed, and the entire valley shook violently. Lu Ming flew out of the deep pit and stood in the air to watch from afar. The giant sword shook more and more violently. Finally, it rushed out of the ground and flew into the sky. After circling in the air, it rushed directly toward Luo Xiang. When it got close to Luo Xiang's body, it became smaller and smaller. It entered Luo Xiang's glabella and disappeared. At that moment, Luo Xiang opened his eyes. A powerful aura was emitted. Great sage perfection. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Luo Xiang's cultivation had also reached the great sage perfection. It seemed that Luo Xiang had also obtained a great opportunity because of this giant sword. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that Luo Xiang's spiritual body was also extraordinary. It had evolved to the point of a mid-level spiritual body. Back then, when Lu Ming first met Luo Xiang, His spiritual body was only an inferior spiritual body. 15 years to nurture a sword soul. It's really not simple. Lu Ming whispered. He had long felt that Luo Xiang was not simple. He had already mastered the law of speed, which was one of the laws of the king. Now that his cultivation had reached the great sage perfection, he had obtained the giant sword, and cultivated a magical sword soul. His combat strength was definitely terrifying. Luo Xiang got up and looked at Lu Ming. He smiled and said, Lu Ming, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here after we parted in Sangzhou. I also didn't expect to see you here. What's going on with you guys? And your master? At this point, Lu Ming paused and sighed. My master, he must have fallen. Luo Xiang said with a sad look in his eyes. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and said, he seems to have lost his spiritual consciousness. His soul is no longer there. His soul was destroyed by the sword spirit. Luo Xiang said, Lu Ming, let's leave this place first. We'll talk as we go. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He then shot up into the sky with Luo Xiang and flew into the abyss. They then flew toward the exit of the sword tomb. Along the way, they did not encounter any accidents. Soon, they flew out of the sword tomb and into the distance. Along the way, Luo Xiang told Lu Ming about their encounter after they escaped from Sangzhou. After they escaped from Sangzhou, they did not go to the ancient moon's sacred ground. Instead, they followed a caravan and took the teleportation formation to the vicinity of the Tai sword tomb. Later on, Luo Xiang followed the life and death sword sect leader to the sword tomb to cultivate and accidentally entered the abyss. The sword spirit had been planning to attract other martial artists and use their blood as a sacrifice to the sword. In addition to the energy of the sword origin, it had broken through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, the sword spirit had split into a sword spirit and destroyed the life and death sword sect leader's soul to control him. As Luo Xiang had cultivated a sword soul, he was protected by the giant sword. Moreover, Luo Xiang had cultivated a sword soul and used it to destroy the sword spirit's sword spirit. Therefore, the sword spirit had thought that Luo Xiang was dead. In fact, Luo Xiang was still alive and had formed a connection with the giant sword. However, with his strength alone, he was no match for the sword spirit. In the end, the sword of the heavenly emperor had appeared and released a powerful force to attract the sword spirit. Only then did Luo Xiang make his move. He cooperated with the giant sword and attacked the sword spirit. Lu Ming was enlightened. He finally understood the cause and effect. Luo Xiang could be considered to have profited from the disaster and obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Unfortunately, the life and death sword sect leader had died, and this made Luo Xiang feel sad. The two of them flew more than 10,000 miles away and landed on a mountain peak. Lu Ming summoned the autumn moon from the mountain river painting. Chapter 1901. After Autumn Moon heard this, she was also quite surprised. She didn't expect that the sword of Celestial Emperor that Lu Ming pulled out in Celestial City would play a big role here and save them. Autumn Moon, the ingredients are ready. Why don't we refine the spirit recovery pill here? Lu Ming said. Since the ingredients were ready, Lu Ming wanted to refine the spirit recovery pill as soon as possible. Moreover, Luo Xiang's cultivation had skyrocketed, and he needed time to consolidate it. It was better to refine it here. Anyway, the environment here was more secluded, and there was no need to be afraid of being disturbed. And that works too. Autumn Moon nodded. Her eyes flashed with anticipation. She also wanted to know what was the memory that was taken away from her. When a person knew that a part of their memory was taken away and was blank, they would always think about it and be curious. This would also cause an obsession in their heart, which would affect their cultivation. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Great Pill Development Furnace, and then recited the refining method of the Spirit Recovery Pill in his heart. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he took out all the ingredients one by one. The Spirit Recovery Pill was a very high-grade and rare pill. It was also very complicated to refine. It was a slow process that couldn't be rushed. Lu Ming threw the first type of material into the Great Evolution Cauldron and began tempering. When the first ingredient was almost refined, he put in the second ingredient according to the order and began refining. He let the two ingredients fuse together in a strange way. Of course, The ingredients in the beginning were all auxiliary ingredients. As for Luo Xiang and Autumn Moon, they sat cross-legged on both sides of Lu Ming, a few miles apart. They were cultivating while guarding Lu Ming. Time passed day by day. This time, he used half a month's time to refine the medicine. Clang. Half a month later. With a thought, Lu Ming opened the lid of the furnace and an elixir flew out. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. He reached out and sucked the pill into his hand. Lu Ming examined it carefully. It really was the spirit recovery pill. It was exactly the same as recorded in the prescription. After spending half a month, he finally succeeded in refining it. In a flash, Autumn Moon and Luo Xiang appeared in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon looked at the pill in Lu Ming's hand with anticipation. Mid-Autumn Moon, the spirit recovery pill has been successfully refined. Take it. Lu Ming said. All right. Autumn Moon nodded, took the pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. Let's hope it works. Lu Ming clenched his fists nervously. The soul recovery pill might not be able to restore Autumn Moon's memories. There was also a possibility of failure. If he failed, then it would be difficult to find the materials for the spirit recovery pill again. However, Autumn Moon had been with him all this time, and it did have some effect. This could also increase the success rate. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang stood by the side and waited. There was a layer of light on Autumn Moon's body. The law of yin and yang circulated continuously. It was obvious that she was refining the pill. 3 days later, Autumn Moon opened her eyes. Had she recovered? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Qiu Yu's eyes were initially filled with confusion. Slowly, her eyes regained their luster. She looked at Lu Ming and suddenly revealed a happy smile. She moved and pounced on Lu Ming, throwing herself into Lu Ming's arms. Young master, Autumn Moon remembers you. Young master, you finally came to find Autumn Moon. As she spoke, Autumn Moon's tears flowed down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. Autumn Moon, have you recovered your memories? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Autumn Moon rubbed Lu Ming's body a few times, wiping her tears on Lu Ming's clothes. Then she blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming saying, Young master, I have recovered. What happened before, please don't blame Autumn Moon. She was referring to Autumn Moon's attitude towards him. When they first met, she even treated Lu Ming as an opponent. Don't blame? Of course you should blame me. How dare you treat your young master like this? You should be punished. Lu Ming deliberately said with a straight face. Then how should I punish you? Autumn Moon asked softly. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon suddenly stepped forward and kissed Lu Ming's lips. Then, she glanced at Luo Xiang beside her. Luo Xiang's eyes immediately darted around, deliberately looking in other directions as if he couldn't see anything. Is this okay? Autumn Moon's face blushed and her voice became lower and lower. Girl, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're getting bolder and bolder. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, he was also happy. Autumn Moon's memories had finally recovered. The way she looked at him was exactly the same as more than 10 years ago. Autumn Moon stuck out her tongue and made a face. Autumn Moon, let's go back to the Origin Mountain Academy, Lu Ming said with a smile. Young master, I'm afraid we can't go back yet. As soon as I recovered my memories, I felt that my spirit embryo was bright. It seems that I'm about to break through to the Supreme Saint Realm. If we miss this time, Autumn Moon said softly. You're about to break through? Lu Ming was delighted, but he wasn't too surprised. Autumn Moon had already reached the perfected stage of the Supreme Saint Realm. She had been accumulating for a long time, and her accumulation was enough. Now that her memory had recovered, her spirit embryo was bright, and her mind was clear, so it was normal for her to have an opportunity to break through. Anyway, we don't have anything else to do. Your breakthrough is more important. We'll wait for you here. Lu Ming said. The opportunity to break through could only be encountered by chance. If they missed this time, they didn't know when the next time would be. It would be a waste of time. Okay. Qiu Yu nodded and floated up and started to cultivate. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang guarded Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon closed her eyes and sank into a deep level of cultivation. She ignored the outside world and focused on breaking through. Saint power surged on her body, and the law of yin and yang lingered. Every day, her aura would become stronger. Just like that, half a month passed. Autumn Moon's aura reached its peak. Boom. As if something had shattered, a powerful aura burst out from Autumn Moon's body and rushed into the sky. Then Autumn Moon opened her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a large pile of origin stones appeared. Autumn Moon began to absorb the origin chi of the origin stones, and the origin chi of heaven and earth. This process lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, Autumn Moon's aura reached its peak. The aura of an absolute saint. Autumn Moon became an absolute saint first, reaching the initial stage of the absolute saint realm. With Autumn Moon's king body talent, her battle power would definitely skyrocket after becoming an absolute saint. Even Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could defeat Autumn Moon now. After a while, Autumn Moon ended her cultivation. She withdrew her aura and stood up. Autumn Moon, congratulations. Lu Ming walked over and looked at Autumn Moon. He was quite emotional. The girl who had grown up with him had become an absolute saint now. In the vast land of Yuan Mountain, she would be a top genius. Who would have expected something like this? It's all thanks to you, young master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Autumn Moon smiled. Okay, let's go back then. Chapter 1902. Celestial City was always so prosperous. As the #1 holy land of Primordial Mountain, countless powerhouses gathered there. The platform where the sword of Celestial Emperor was located had lost its former liveliness. Since Lu Ming pulled out the sword of Celestial Emperor, this place gradually became deserted. Above the platform, a young man stood in the air. This young man was dressed in snow white. His clothes were snow white, and his shoes and socks were also snow white. His black hair was scattered, and his 2 eyes were as dazzling as 2 stars. At this time, this young man exuded a terrifying aura as his eyes stared at the platform. The sword of Celestial Emperor was pulled out. When did it happen? The young man asked with a cold voice. Beside the young man, there was an old man with a gloomy look in his eyes, and said, "About 5 months ago." "Who is it?" The young man continued to ask. "This person controls the law of primal chaos. He is a very young genius. We have sent someone to investigate. He is the genius of Primordial Mountain Academy, and his name is Lu Ming." The old man replied. "The law of primal chaos. Lu Ming, humph. How dare you take away my Heng Xinghe's sword? You really don't know what's good for you," the young man said, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. It turned out that he was the #1 genius on the Sage King board, the Eternal Sun, Heng Xinghe. But that kid is also smart. After taking away the sword of Celestial Emperor, he disappeared. We have used various methods to inquire, and that kid is not in Primordial Mountain Academy during this period of time. He should be out training, the old man said. "Humph. Unless he never returns to Primordial Mountain Academy, my sword will always be mine." Heng Xinghe snorted coldly, then turned around and left. In a citadel outside Celestial City, Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and Luo Xiang stepped out of the teleportation array. It took them half a month to reach the nearest teleportation area. And then through the teleportation array, they returned to the citadel of Celestial City. Out of the teleportation array, they rose into the air and flew toward Celestial City. Not long after, they returned to Primordial Mountain Academy. Of course, Luo Xiang was not a disciple of Primordial Mountain Academy, so he was naturally stopped, but with his talent, he easily passed the test and became a member of Primordial Mountain Academy. As soon as he entered the Yuan Mountain Holy Court, Lu Ming discovered that the Holy Court was much more lively than before. In the past, many people were in closed-door seclusion in the various cultivation grounds of the Sacred Academy. But now, it seemed that many people have exited their seclusion. Lu Ming was surprised. Not long after, they arrived at the King Sage Board. The number of people on the King Sage Board has increased, Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded his head. Previously, there were only about 40 people on the King Sage Board. Now there were more than 80 people on the board. The number had doubled. It was obvious that many people had broken through to the Absolute Saint realm during this period of time. They were improving, and so were others. Therefore, in the competition between geniuses, once one stagnated, one would quickly be surpassed by others. So many paragon geniuses. Luo Xiang's eyes glowed with battle intent. The three of them didn't stay for long. After taking a glance, they flew back to their residence. When he returned to his residence, he found that everyone was there. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Huang Li, and the others gathered together. None of you are cultivating in seclusion? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, you came back just in time. Tomorrow is the great emperor's lecture. If you came back a day later, you wouldn't be able to make it. Huang Ling said with a smile. The great emperor's lecture. Looks like I'm in luck. Lu Ming smiled. Miss Autumn Moon, has her memory recovered? Huang Ling looked at Miss Autumn Moon with a complicated expression. Yes, I'm in luck this time. I found the materials I needed and refined the soul recovery pill. Miss Autumn Moon's memory has been recovered. Lu Ming said. Everyone came forward to congratulate him. Then Lu Ming introduced Luo Xiang to everyone. Lu Ming, I heard that you pulled out the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Is that true? Long Chen suddenly asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. You have to be careful. Some time ago, the Hung family has been sending people to inquire about you. I heard that Xing Xinhe has already said that the sword of the Heavenly Emperor will be his sword. Now that the great emperor's lecture is coming out, many sky prides have come out, including Xing Xinhe. Long Chen frowned. You're afraid that Xing Xinhe will find trouble with me. It doesn't matter. At most, I'll put the sword of the Heavenly Emperor back, and see if he can pull it out. Lu Ming laughed. Good idea, haha. Huang Li also laughed. Everyone was either in seclusion or traveling. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Naturally, they had a lot of topics to talk about. Some even fought on the spot. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day was the day of the Great Emperor's lecture. The Great Emperor's lecture was set 2 months ago. During this time, almost all the sky prides came out of seclusion. It could be said that it was the busiest day of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Lu Ming and the others flew to the highest mountain in the depths of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The Great Emperor's lecture was at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat land. It was very open. On the flat land, there were tens of thousands of praying mats. At the front of the flat land, there was an old man in a gray robe. He looked very ordinary. He was sitting there with his eyes closed. On the praying mats, many people had already taken their seats, but there was no sound at all. Everyone was holding their breath. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they looked at the old man and their hearts trembled. The old man looked very ordinary, but the seat he was sitting on was the seat for the lecture. The one giving the lecture today was the great emperor. Needless to say, that old man was a great emperor. The Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard was founded by 3 great emperors, but the great emperors were elusive. After joining the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, they had not seen a great emperor. Now they finally saw one. Lu Ming and the others also held their breath and sat down on some praying mats. Next, more and more sky prides arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a cold aura shrouding him. He looked back and saw a group of sky prides walking in the air. Among them he saw Luo Pokong, but Luo Pokong was not at the front. In front of Luo Pokong, there was a young man. That person's face was cold, and there was a faint arrogance in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. Young master, that's Luo Tsangqiang. Autumn Moon transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Luo Tsangqiang? A trace of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Kid, Autumn Moon is mine. You'd better get lost if you know what's good for you. If you don't, you will die a horrible death. Luo Tsangqiang's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Of course he was transmitting his voice. With the great emperor here, no matter how lawless Luo Tsangqiang was, he would not dare to make a noise. You think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming replied indifferently, showing a faint disdain. Chapter 1903. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white light flashed past, attracting everyone's attention. A young man in a snow-white robe flew directly to the front seat and sat down. That's Hung Xinghe. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and remembered that person. He had a feeling that he and Hung Xinghe would have a battle sooner or later. More and more sky prides arrived, and the number of people on the mountain peak continued to increase. In the end, nearly 10,000 people had arrived. However, there were nearly 10,000 people sitting there, but there was no sound at all. No one spoke, and the mountain peak was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The old man did not speak either. He had been resting with his eyes closed. After half an hour, no one came. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes. When the old man opened his eyes, everyone had the illusion that they had suddenly arrived in the starry sky of the universe. But in the next moment, this illusion disappeared without a trace. All right, almost everyone is here. If there's still anyone who hasn't arrived, we won't wait any longer. Today I will preach. The old man spoke with a gentle voice that sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. This old man was indeed a great emperor. According to legend, the three great emperors who founded the Yuan Mountain Academy were called Heavenly Fire Emperor, Heavenly Chaos Emperor, and Wuxiang Emperor. Which one of the three great emperors was this great emperor? I'm Wuxiang. From now on, you can call me Dean Wuxiang. The old man smiled slightly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this person was Emperor Wuxiang. He was the pinnacle existence in the entire Yuan Mountain. He stood at the top of all living beings, and had lived for an unknown number of years. Now let the preaching begin. Emperor Wuxiang's voice sounded, and everyone focused their attention. At that moment, a small bell appeared in Emperor Wuxiang's hand. The small bell flew into the sky and rapidly expanded. Dong. The small bell vibrated and rang. When everyone heard the bell ring, they immediately felt their minds sharpen and their thoughts become more focused. What a wonderful bell! Lu Ming discovered that the effect of this bell was similar to that of the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. Then, rays of multicolored light spread out from the small bell. When everyone was enveloped by this multicolored light, their thoughts seemed to become more focused. This is the Bodhi bell. This old man has spent several years absorbing the Bodhi bell's Bodhi Chi. The Bodhi Chi and the Bodhi bell can greatly increase the speed and efficiency of your Tao comprehension. Emperor Wuxiang explained. Emperor Wuxiang really made ample preparations for this lecture. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. No wonder almost all the prodigies in the land of Primordial Mountain gathered at the Primordial Mountain Holy Courtyard. Where else could such treatment be found? The Tao that this old man is talking about is not biased towards a particular law, but the Great Tao. There are countless laws in the world, but the Great Tao is one. Any law can be comprehended from the Great Tao. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own perception. As soon as he finished speaking, his body seemed to have changed. His silhouette disappeared, and he transformed into a world of his own. Boundless sounds could be heard from the world, and boundless light enveloped everyone. This was the most fundamental Great Tao, infinitely mysterious. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall that when he participated in the Hunyuan sex assessment, there was a stage called the Abyss of Tao Comprehension. It was very similar to Emperor Wuxiang's lecture. Both were great Taos that pointed directly to the origin. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes and quietly comprehended the Tao. Emperor Wuxiang's lecture lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights, Emperor Wuxiang stopped. However, no one woke up. They were all immersed in a deep level of Tao comprehension. Emperor Wuxiang revealed a gentle smile and closed his eyes again. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Boom! A powerful aura rose from one person's body. This person actually made a breakthrough. Not long after, this person opened his eyes. Haha, my cultivation has broken through from the great mastery of the Bright Sage Realm to the peak of the Bright Sage Realm. This person was ecstatic. He had been stuck at the great mastery of the Bright Sage Realm for some time and couldn't break through. However, this time the great emperor's lecture allowed him to break through. Then he looked around. In the next moment, his face turned ugly. The others were still comprehending the Tao. He was the first person to wake up. The earlier one woke up, the worse one's comprehension was, and the less they comprehended. The young man's excitement from breaking through disappeared without a trace. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Since you've finished comprehending the Tao, you may leave. A voice sounded in the young man's mind. It was Emperor Wuxiang's voice. The young man's heart trembled. He hurriedly got up, bowed to the great emperor, and left. However, he didn't go far. He stood in the void far away and watched from afar. He was very curious about who among so many geniuses was the last to wake up. After this young man, more and more people woke up and made breakthroughs in their cultivation. The great emperor's lecture was indeed very effective with the support of the Bodhi bell. However, most of the people who broke through were in the bright sage realm. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to break through. It wasn't that easy to break through in the great sage realm, let alone those above the absolute sage realm. On the 20th day, half of the people had woken up and finished comprehending the Tao. Everyone had gained something. The longer they comprehended the Tao, the greater their gains. Like the first young man, those who finished comprehending the Tao left the mountain and watched from afar. Boom. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from another person's body. A great sage prodigy had made a breakthrough. After that, there were a few other great sage chosen who achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation levels. Of course, the great sage prodigies were able to break through because they were already at the limit of a certain realm and were about to break through. Therefore, when the great emperor gave his lecture, they all broke through their limits and stepped into a higher realm. If they had just broken through a certain realm, it would be difficult for them to break through so quickly. A month later, there were less than 1,000 people left. A month and a half later, there were only about 200 people left. 2 months later, there were only a few dozen people left who were still comprehending the Tao. These last few dozen people could be said to be the ones with the best talent. Most of them had the monarch body and had mastered the monarch Tao. Huangling, Longchun, Huangli, Autumn Moon, and the others were still comprehending the Tao. The monarch body is really amazing. He can actually comprehend it for 2 months. How much can he gain from comprehending the Tao for 2 months? Many people were envious, especially those who finished comprehending the Tao in less than 10 days. Chapter 1904. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. One of the young men surged with holy power, and his aura grew stronger. He's a paragon saint. Someone exclaimed. Someone with a king body had become a paragon saint. In fact, someone had already become a paragon saint before this, but it wasn't a king body. Some people had been at the peak of the great saint realm for a long time, and had accumulated enough. Now that they had comprehended something during the great emperor's lecture, they directly broke through. However, he was the first to become a paragon saint with a king body. That person took out a large number of origin stones, and began to absorb origin chi to improve his cultivation. Breaking through to the paragon saint realm caused a huge commotion, but the remaining people were protected by the great emperor's energy, so they weren't disturbed at all. A few days later, the person who had broken through retracted his aura and opened his eyes. There was joy in his eyes. He had a king body, and now that he had become a paragon saint, his battle prowess had skyrocketed. He could be considered one of the strongest people in the Origin Mountain Academy. He glanced at the remaining people, and his expression darkened. Among the many king bodies, he was the first to finish comprehending. Could it be that his talent was the worst among the king bodies? Impossible. He couldn't accept this. He thought that he had finished comprehending early, because of his breakthrough. I'd like to see who will be the last to finish comprehending. Will it be Hung Xinghe, Deathblade, or Lu Ming? His gaze swept across Hung Xinghe, Deathblade, and Lu Ming. He then took a step forward and left the place, watching from afar. After this person, every day, there would be another person with a king body waking up. The cultivation of these king bodies was very high. Some were paragon saints, some were great saints, and the weakest was peak great saints. Many people with king bodies at the supreme saint realm had broken through to the next level, but very few absolute saints had broken through to the next level. Boom. Boom. 2.5 months later, a shocking aura erupted from Long Chen's body. He had also broken through from the peak of the Great Saint Realm to the Paragon Saint Realm. On the second day, a powerful aura also erupted from Huangling's body. She had also begun to break through. They had been at the peak of the Great Saint Realm for a long time, and had been cultivating in the Origin Mountain Academy. The geniuses of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect were overjoyed to see the two of them break through one after another. After Huang Ling and Long Chen woke up, Autumn Moon, Luoxiang, and Huang Li also woke up. Autumn Moon had just become a supreme saint not long ago, so he couldn't break through so quickly. However, he had gained a lot. His cultivation was much closer to the great success of the Supreme Saint realm, and his divine powers had improved a lot. As for Luoxiang, due to his lack of accumulation, he hadn't broken through to the Absolute Saint stage. However, he had reached the limit of the complete Supreme Saint stage. As for Desolate Force, he had reached the level of Absolute Saint 5 months ago. However, he hadn't broken through yet, but he had reached the limit of Absolute Saint Small Success. He wasn't far from Absolute Saint Large Success. Every one of them had gained a great deal. As time passed, the remaining king bodies woke up one by one. Suddenly, one of the remaining people who were comprehending the Tao erupted with a shocking aura. Another person made a breakthrough. It was Luo Tsangqiang. Haha, my elder brother Luo Tsangqiang has made a breakthrough. He's now a perfected absolute saint. Luo Pokong was ecstatic. He had actually reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Many people were shocked. Luo Tsangqiang was already very powerful. He was ranked 10th on the King Sage board. Of course, the King Sage board wasn't necessarily accurate, but it was still significant. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he was undoubtedly stronger. Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others didn't look too good. Luo Tsangqiang was destined to be their enemy. His breakthrough was disadvantageous to them. Soon Luo Tsangqiang woke up. Humph! After waking up, Luo Tsangqiang looked at Lu Ming, who was still comprehending the Tao. Cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming, but he didn't dare to do so when he saw Emperor Wu Xiang sitting there cross-legged. If he offended a great emperor, even his grandfather wouldn't be able to protect him. It won't be too late to kill you when you wake up, Luo Tsangqiang muttered. He then left and watched from afar. 3 months later, only 3 people were still comprehending the Tao: Heng Xinghe, Deathblade, and Lu Ming. As expected, the 3 of them stayed until the end. The Elysian children are indeed extraordinary. Someone exclaimed. Humph, it's just that they have been comprehending the Tao for a longer time. It doesn't mean anything. No one can predict their future achievements. A martial monarch flesh harumphed. That's right, even though the Elysian children are strong, their advantage is no longer as obvious after achieving the martial monarch realm. Besides, their future achievements might not be as outstanding as the martial monarch flesh. In history, many people with martial monarch flesh ended up surpassing the Elysian children. That's right. Even those without martial monarch flesh managed to reach the peak and surpass the Elysian children. The others blurted out. Those standing here were all geniuses with their pride. How could they submit to others so easily? Being in the lead now didn't necessarily mean they would be in the lead in the future. Anything was possible after achieving the martial monarch realm. Another 10 days were gone. On this day, Heng Xinghe and Deathblade both finished comprehending the Tao and opened their eyes. Their cultivations had yet to rank up, as it was said that they had just had a breakthrough before the martial monarch's lecture. They exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flickered coldly before they glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still comprehending the Tao. Deathblade's eyes flickered as he thought of something, before he left the place with a flicker. On the other hand, Heng Xinghe's eyes flickered sharply. He had initially thought he would be the last one to finish comprehending the Tao. He did not expect someone to last longer than him. So you're Lu Ming? Hee. Xinghe sneered and took a step forward, flying into the distant sky. Lu Ming was the only one who was still comprehending the Tao. Everyone's gaze landed on Lu Ming's figure. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would last longer than Heng Xinghe and Deathblade? How shocking! Could it be that his talent is higher than Heng Xinghe and Deathblade's? Some discussed among themselves. Humph, who knows if he's just pretending? He's already woken up, but he's still pretending to be comprehending the Tao. Luo Pokong spoke with a jealous look. Are you doubting martial monarch Wuxiang's judgment? For you to say such words, it really makes you look very stupid. Autumn Moon glanced at Luo Pokong and mocked. Autumn Moon had returned to her usual self in front of Lu Ming, obedient. However, in front of others, she behaved completely differently, just like before she lost her memory. Perhaps it was related to her experience during Autumn Moon's time. Luo Pokong's face turned dark, but he couldn't refute. Chapter 1905. At this moment, Lu Ming felt like he was in the middle of a galaxy. He moved around in the galaxy like lightning. At the same time, he kept pointing his finger. Giant chaos fingers were formed and pointed at the stars in the distance. The primal chaos tribulation finger was even larger than a star. Every time it pointed at a star, that star would explode like fireworks, blooming in the universe. It was a spectacular sight. A moment later, Lu Ming stopped. The chaos ring is 90% complete. Lu Ming smiled. He was very satisfied. During this period of time, he had been using the martial monarch's lectures as an excuse to comprehend the chaotic tribulation finger. The chaos fingers had improved from 80% to 90%. The higher the level of a divine skill, the harder it was to improve it. The difficulty kept increasing. It would take a long time to improve from 80% to 90% under normal circumstances. However, with the help of the great emperor's teachings, Lu Ming managed to do it. The chaos fingers had improved from 80% to 90%, and its power was greatly reduced. Of course, it would be even more difficult to improve from 90% to the perfection stage. It would take a lot of effort to improve it. My cultivation is about to have a breakthrough too. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the perfection stage of the Supreme Saint realm. He only needed an opportunity to have a breakthrough. Although he had been focusing on comprehending the chaos fingers, his cultivation had also improved. He had finally reached the critical point. In the 4th month, a shocking aura burst out of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming is about to have a breakthrough. He's about to reach the Supreme Saint realm. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's strength was already shocking when he was at the perfection stage of the Supreme Saint realm. He could even suppress Luo Pokong, who was at the lesser success stage of the Supreme Saint realm. How strong would he be after reaching the Supreme Saint realm? Many people were looking forward to it. Lu Ming is finally about to have a breakthrough. The eyes of Huang Ling, Qiu Yu Longchen and the others glittered. Humph, so what if he has a breakthrough? It's more interesting to kill him now. Luo Tsangqiong sneered as his killing intent intensified. As time passed, Lu Ming's aura grew stronger and stronger. With a wave of his hand, a large number of origin stones appeared. His devouring power erupted, and these origin stones turned into rolling origin qi, which he devoured and converted into saint power. A few days later, Lu Ming withdrew all of his aura. He'd officially become an absolute saint. Meanwhile, martial monarch Wuxiang, who had been sitting with his legs crossed, opened his eyes and said, "All right, the comprehension is over. The next lecture will be held in 3 years. Another martial monarch will be here then." After saying that, Emperor Wuxiang's figure vanished into thin air. No one saw how Emperor Wuxiang disappeared. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared at Autumn Moon, where Huang Ling and the others were. He looked around and smiled. Huang Ling, Longchen, Huang Di, congratulations on achieving a breakthrough and becoming a paragon saint. He realized that Huang Ling and Longchen weren't the only ones who had broken through. A few people from the desolate race had also broken through and entered the paragon saint realm. Most of the 9 youths who had followed Lu Ming were at the great saint realm, and had been there for a long time. This time, with the help of the martial monarch's lecture, their cultivation levels had all broken through. Although these people didn't have king bodies, the desolate race was strong to begin with. Furthermore, they had superior heaven spiritual bodies, so they weren't weak. As a result, there were quite a number of paragon saints on their side. Lu Ming, you've also broken through. I really don't know how powerful a pervert like you is. Longchen laughed. The others laughed as well. Indeed, Lu Ming was so strong when he was at the Great Saint realm. Now that he had become a paragon saint, how strong would he be? They were all very curious. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Everyone's expression changed as they looked in one direction. Luo Tsangqiong stepped forward. The terrifying aura came from Luo Tsangqiong. Behind him, Luo Pokong and the other elites of the Daoyuo Heaven sect followed. Autumn Moon, come here. Come to my side. Luo Tsangqiong looked at Autumn Moon and spoke in a domineering tone as if he was giving an order. Luo Tsangqiong, stop pestering me. I've already said that I have no feelings for you. Autumn Moon said. Come here. Luo Tsangqiong's voice was heavy and domineering. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and ignored Luo Tsangqiong. Stop right there, Lu Ming. How dare you touch my woman? Be careful or I'll exterminate your whole family. Luo Tsangqiong's voice was like thunder as it rang in Lu Ming's ears. In the surroundings, many of the geniuses who were about to leave stopped in their tracks and looked over curiously. Was there going to be a conflict after the Enlightenment? And it was between Luo Tsangqiong and Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to it. Your woman? Haha, how ridiculous. Autumn Moon grew up with me. Since when did she become your woman? Moreover, Autumn Moon has already said that she has no feelings for you and asked you to stop pestering her. You're really shameless. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Luo Tsangqiong coldly as he spoke in disdain. Do you know who you're talking to? Because of what you said, you'll implicate your family and friends. They'll all die because of you. Luo Tsangqiong said coldly as he glanced at Huang Ling, Long Chun and the others. He didn't hide his murderous intent at all. Who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, I'll chop you into pieces first. Huang Li yelled and revealed his murderous intent. Lu Ming also revealed a cold murderous intent in his eyes. He hated it when others used his family and friends to threaten him. Luo Tsangqiong, let me tell you. Lu Ming is my young master. I once said that I'll serve him for the rest of my life. I have no feelings for you. What's the point of pestering him? Autumn Moon said. Bitch, shut up. If I say you're mine, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. Do you understand? Luo Tsangqiong shouted coldly. His grandfather was a great emperor, one of the top experts in the world. Since he was young, there was nothing he couldn't get. It was the same for women. Haha, how ridiculous. Autumn Moon doesn't like you. So you used the law of deprivation to deprive Autumn Moon of her memories. Unfortunately, Autumn Moon still has no feelings for you. Such a ridiculous and despicable person still has the face to stay in Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and call himself a genius. How ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered as his voice spread across the entire place. Many people suddenly realized that this was the case. Luo Tsangqiong couldn't get Autumn Moon's heart. So he used the law of deprivation to deprive Autumn Moon of her memories. Such behavior was indeed shameless. So what? Luo Tsangqiong spoke and his gaze turned even colder. It seems that you have recovered your memory. I'll deprive you of your memory again. This time, I'll deprive you of all your memory. Lu Ming, I'll cripple your cultivation and make you watch helplessly as Qiuyu becomes my woman. Boom. 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 Chapter 1906. Luo Tsangqiong was incomparably domineering. So what if others knew that he had taken away Autumn Moon's memories? He was the grandson of the great emperor. Who would dare to speak ill of him in front of him? In front of him, each and every one of them had to fawn over him. And now, he wanted to take away Autumn Moon's memories in front of everyone and obtain Autumn Moon. Luo Tsangqiong stepped towards Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Heaven and earth rumbled. He raised a palm and clenched it. Between heaven and earth, endless energy gathered towards Luo Tsangqiong's palm. No, it couldn't be said that it was gathered. It was completely taken away by him. Yuan Qi and various elemental energies between heaven and earth were taken away by Luo Tsangqiong. They were compressed together, forming a huge palm that pressed down on Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. At this moment, the law of yin and yang circulated around Autumn Moon's body. Two scimitars flew out, intending to face Luo Tsangqiong head-on. Autumn Moon, let me do it. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Then he took a step forward. Light spots lit up on his body. There were more than 200 light spots, and a sacred weapon flew out from each light spot. On the way back to Celestial City, Lu Ming had cultivated the myriad weapon art. He had sealed a large number of sacred weapons in his acupoints. Among them, there were 18 supreme sacred weapons, 108 great sacred weapons, and the number of supreme sacred weapons remained unchanged. There were also 108 supreme sacred weapons. Altogether, there were 234 supreme sacred weapons. So many sacred weapons appeared, floating around Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming stepped on the sacred weapons and casually grabbed a supreme sacred weapon. The sacred weapon's aura gathered, and with a slash, a boundless sword chi cut through the void, cutting Luo Tsangqiong's huge palm in half. "Let's see how many moves you can take from me," Luo Tsangqiong shouted. He waved his hands continuously, and the law of deprivation circulated. The law of deprivation absorbed the energy between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying attack that attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the midst of the saint weapon, stepping on it as he moved forward. His battle sword slashed out unceasingly, breaking apart the opponent's attacks. The attacks of the two were extremely violent and powerful. The surrounding people were forced to retreat continuously. Autumn Moon stood behind Lu Ming. Her two scimitars danced in the air, and she did not retreat at all. If the situation changed, she would not hesitate to take action. Back in the Burning Sun Empire, she was too weak to help Lu Ming. Now that she was strong enough, she would stay by Lu Ming's side and protect him. The cry of a phoenix rang out. The phoenix spirit was bathed in the undying flames. She stepped forward and stood side by side with Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon looked at Huang Ling and smiled kindly. Huang Ling was stunned and smiled back. Then Long Chen and Huang Li stepped forward. Lu Ming and Luo Tsangqiong have started fighting. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Lu Ming has just become an absolute saint, but Luo Tsangqiong's cultivation has already reached the complete absolute saint realm. Although Lu Ming was able to suppress Luo Pokong, who was in the initial absolute saint realm, and his combat strength is amazing, Luo Tsangqiong is not Luo Pokong. That's right. There are strong and weak people even with king bodies. Luo Tsangqiong's combat strength is terrifying. His law of deprivation is extremely powerful. Even if it's not as powerful as the 10 ultimate laws, it's still one of the top Qingwei laws. The Son of Chaos cannot be measured by common sense. It's hard to say who will win in this battle. The spectators were all guessing who would win, but they could not say for sure. Some people thought that Luo Tsangqiong was stronger. After all, his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, and his law of deprivation was extremely terrifying. His combat strength was definitely above Lu Ming's. However, some people speculated that Lu Ming might not be weaker than Luo Tsangqiong based on Lu Ming's previous battle results. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. Blade of Deprivation. Luo Tsangqiong did not continue to deprive the world of energy. Instead, he used the law of deprivation to form a huge saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Go. Lu Ming's mind stirred and the sacred weapons gathered together. The aura of the combat weapons burst forth and blasted toward Luo Tsangqiong. However, his expression changed slightly when he collided with Luo Tsangqiong's saber. This was because he felt that there was a terrifying power of deprivation in Luo Tsangqiong's battle saber. It wanted to deprive him of the aura of the battle weapon. It even wanted to deprive Lu Ming of the spiritual consciousness that was attached to the sacred weapon. Even the spirituality of the sacred weapon itself would be deprived, and it would turn into scrap metal. After depriving Lu Ming of the energy of his sacred weapon, the power of Luo Tsangqiong's saber increased greatly. With a shake, it forced everyone's sacred weapons back. Whoosh! 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 More than 200 sacred weapons gathered behind Lu Ming, and formed a pair of huge wings. The sacred weapon's chi gathered on the saber in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming took a step forward and slashed at Luo Tsangqiong with his saber. Boom! The saber collided with Luo Tsangqiong's saber. Deprive. Luo Tsangqiong used the law of deprivation to deprive Lu Ming of his power of law, and even his sacred power. However, in the next moment, Luo Tsangqiong's expression changed drastically. His body shook, and he could not help but retreat a few thousand meters in the void. Can you deprive me of the law of chaos? Lu Ming said coldly and continued to attack Luo Tsangqiong. Just now, he had covered his saber with a layer of the law of chaos. The law of chaos was one of the 10 strongest laws. Although the law of deprivation was overbearing, it could not deprive him of the law of chaos. Blade of Deprivation. Luo Tsangqiong's face was gloomy. He waved his hands and 9 sabers were formed. They charged at Lu Ming from different directions. Lu Ming put away all his sacred weapons and fought back with the suppressing hell skill. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw out 9 punches in a row. 9 suppressing hell steels appeared and collided with the 9 blades of deprivation. Deprive. Deprive. Luo Tsangqiong shouted, trying to deprive Lu Ming of his sacred power. However, the suppressing hell skill was supported by the law of chaos. Moreover, the power of the suppressing hell skill was very strange. Lu Ming felt that even without the law of chaos, his opponent could not deprive him of the power of the suppressing hell skill. The suppressing hell steel's shadows suppressed the heavens and the earth and knocked away Luo Tsangqiong's 9 blades of deprivation. Luo Tsangqiong's law is restrained. The law of chaos is the emperor of all laws. The law of deprivation can't affect it at all. Luo Tsangqiong is in danger in this battle. Some people discussed and expressed their opinions. Luo Tsangqiong's law of deprivation was extremely overbearing. It could deprive everything, including other laws. An ordinary monarch body would be restricted by Luo Tsangqiong and be greatly affected by the law of deprivation. However, Luo Tsangqiong's law of deprivation could not exert its advantage against Lu Ming. Since I can't deprive you, I'll crush you with absolute power and deprive you of the divine seal. Luo Tsangqiong waved his hand and the 9 blades of deprivation collapsed. Then Luo Tsangqiong formed a seal with his palms and turned into a large seal. Chapter 1907. The divine seal of deprivation was Luo Tsangqiong's superpower. It could deprive all the energy in the world, including the power of other laws. When combined, it would form a terrifying attack. All the energy around the divine seal of deprivation seemed to have been stripped away, forming a void space. Sizzle. All kinds of energy gathered on the divine seal of deprivation, making ear-piercing sounds. It turned into the size of a mountain and blasted toward Lu Ming. Go to hell. Luo Tsangqiong shouted, his murderous intent thick. Since he could not deprive Lu Ming of the chaotic law, he would use his absolute power to suppress Lu Ming. His divine ability had already reached 90% mastery, and its power was terrifying enough to seize the world. Moreover, it was a superpower formed by the divine seal of deprivation, and its power was far beyond ordinary laws. He had full confidence in his superpower. At his age, there were very few people who could cultivate a superpower to 90% mastery. So what if Lu Ming's chaotic law was strong? Luo Tsangqiong's superpower was far weaker than his, and he would still be crushed. What a terrifying superpower! Luo Tsangqiong's superpower has probably reached 90% mastery. He is indeed a peerless genius to be able to cultivate a superpower to 90% mastery at such a young age. His ranking on the King Sage board is not undeserved. Luo Tsangqiong's superpower shocked many geniuses. More people looked solemn as they felt a strong pressure. Chaotic calamity finger. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The chaotic law burst forth as he pointed his finger out. A huge finger surrounded by the color of primal chaos shot toward the divine seal of deprivation. Boom. The divine seal of deprivation and the chaotic calamity finger collided in the air, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Whoosh, terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Some of the weaker geniuses could not even stand properly and were forced to retreat. The divine seal of deprivation and the chaotic calamity finger were in a stalemate. Deprive. Luo Tsangqiong roared as he activated all the power in his body. The divine seal of deprivation was unleashed in a frenzy. Luo Tsangqiong, is this all you have? Is this all you got? Lu Ming sneered. The chaotic law was activated crazily, entangled with the saint power, and surged toward the chaotic calamity finger. Boom. The chaotic finger of calamity vibrated, and its power grew even stronger. The terrifying power caused the divine seal of deprivation to vibrate violently. Luo Tsangqiong's expression changed drastically. He felt that the divine seal of deprivation was about to collapse. How was this possible? His divine seal of deprivation had already reached 90% completion, and it was a divine ability condensed from the law of deprivation. How could Lu Ming's divine ability be stronger than his? Lu Ming had just broken through to the Saint Realm, and he cultivated the law of primal chaos. How could Lu Ming's mastery of divine ability compare to his? He was not the only one. The people around him also found it hard to believe. Luo Zongqiong's divine ability technique was terrifying, but he was at a disadvantage in the confrontation of divine ability techniques. Lu Ming's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Luo Zongqiong, I really can't figure it out. With your strength, why do you still look so superior? Where does your confidence come from? Lu Ming continued. The power of the primal chaos tribulation finger was fully unleashed. Kacha. Bam. The divine seal of deprivation cracked, and finally exploded with a bang. Luo Zongqiong groaned, and his body frantically retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although Luo Zongqiong's divine ability had reached 90% completion, Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger had also reached 90% completion. Divine ability techniques of the same level were invincible, unless they were also of the top 10 laws. Many people were shocked. Luo Zongqiong was injured, and he was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped into the air, closing in on Luo Zongqiong. His voice continued to ring out. Didn't you want to cripple me? Come on, this little bit of strength is still not enough. After saying that, Lu Ming pointed out again. A chaotic calamity finger crushed toward Luo Zongqiong. Luo Zongqiong's face was extremely ugly. He roared and used the divine seal of deprivation again. However, under his injury, it was more difficult for him to resist Lu Ming's attack. In an instant, the divine seal of deprivation was defeated. Luo Zongqiong screamed, and his body was blasted tens of thousands of meters away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His injury was even more serious. Not far away, Luo Pokong and the other talents of the Daoyuo Heaven sect were pale. Even Luo Zongqiong was no match for Lu Ming. They wanted to help, but they dared not go forward, fearing that they would be crushed by Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming did not stop. He stepped into the void and stepped toward Luo Zongqiong. Lu Ming, sooner or later, I will let you die without a burial place. I mean it. Luo Zongqiong roared, his eyes full of crazy killing intent. Rely on you or the power behind you. Well, trash like you can only rely on the power behind you. Lu Ming sneered, full of sarcasm. In other words, Luo Zongqiong was no match for Lu Ming at all with his own strength. He had to rely on the power behind him. You forgot one thing. Now the power behind you is not here. I have the advantage. You should not threaten me. Lu Ming said coldly. He did not hide his killing intent. He took a step and flew toward Luo Zongqiong like lightning. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. And the divine sword technique erupted. Two dark sword lights burst out from his eyes and rushed toward Luo Zongqiong. At the same time, his right hand pointed out again. The terrible chaotic calamity finger crushed toward Luo Zongqiong. Lu Ming wants to kill Luo Zongqiong. How dare he? He is simply lawless. Many people gasped in shock. Killing was not allowed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. This was the rule set by the Great Emperor. But now, Lu Ming did not hide his killing intent. His eyes were cold and he did not show any mercy. He was obviously going to kill Luo Zongqiong. Luo Zongqiong was known as lawless and unscrupulous, but he did not dare to go against the order of the Great Emperor. However, Lu Ming wanted to kill Luo Zongqiong in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. This was the true definition of lawlessness. How dare you? Luo Zongqiong roared. He did not expect Lu Ming to dare to kill him here. He fought back, but there was no doubt that he was once again blasted away by Lu Ming. Half of his body was almost smashed. His breath was weak and his injuries were extremely serious. Lu Ming shouted coldly and used the chaotic calamity finger again. You! Luo Zongqiong's eyes finally showed fear. Lu Ming was crazy. He wanted to kill him. Was he not afraid of being punished by the Great Emperor? He wanted to perish together with him. He frantically retreated, but he could not escape from Lu Ming's lock. The terrifying aura of the chaotic calamity finger firmly shrouded him. No help! Luo Zongqiong shouted in horror. It was a world of difference from his previous arrogant look. Whoosh! At this moment, a palm print pierced through the sky and blasted toward Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger at an astonishing speed. With a boom, the chaotic calamity finger exploded, and the remaining power of the palm print continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1908. Lu Ming exerted the heaven-suppressing art, and threw out a punch with all his might. A phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared in front of him. But when the palm print hit, the phantom of the prison-suppressing monument exploded. Lu Ming's body was pushed back for tens of thousands of meters before he stopped in the air with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. A young figure in white with long black hair stepped in front of Luo Zhangqiang. Heng Xinghe. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Many people were also shocked. The one who attacked just now was Heng Xinghe, the peerless genius who ranked first on the King's Sage board. He had sent Lu Ming flying and injured Lu Ming with just one move. Was he going to attack Lu Ming? Brother Heng. Luo Zhangqiang was overjoyed. At the same time, he stuffed pills into his mouth to heal his injuries. Lu Ming stared at Heng Xinghe and said, "You want to intervene?" Luo Zhangqiang is the grandson of the great emperor. How can he be bullied by you? Heng Xinghe said. Lu Ming sneered. According to Heng Xinghe, the grandson of the great emperor could bully others without them being able to retaliate. What a joke. At this time, Heng Xinghe continued, "Besides, I have other things to discuss with you. You were the one who pulled out the sword of the heavenly emperor. That belongs to the Heng family. Now hand it over to me." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, Heng Xinghe had intervened for this matter. The other geniuses around were shocked. It turned out that Heng Xinghe's real purpose was to get the sword of the heavenly emperor. Saving Luo Zhangqiang was just a matter of convenience. The news of Lu Ming pulling out the sword of the heavenly emperor had spread like wildfire in Celestial City. Now that Lu Ming had returned, the Heng family was indeed looking for Lu Ming. How should Lu Ming deal with it? Should he hand it over or not? Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. Legend has it that the sword of the heavenly emperor was left behind by the heavenly emperor. But that is just a legend after all. You said that the sword belongs to the Heng family. Do you have any evidence? Maybe it was left behind by another peerless expert. Lu Ming responded. Although it was rumored that the sword belonged to the Celestial Empyrean and was left behind by the Celestial Empyrean, who founded Celestial City, it was only a legend. Could the Heng clan take out any proof? Xinghe clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he said, "Everyone in the Celestial City knows that the sword was left behind by the Celestial Emperor. And the Heng family is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Is there a need to prove this? Since you, Heng Xinghe, are the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor, why can't you pull out that sword?" Lu Ming's voice was sonorous and forceful, spreading throughout the audience. Xinghe's face instantly darkened. Lu Ming was mocking him for not being able to pull out the Celestial Varch sword. "I will pull out the sword of the Celestial Emperor sooner or later," Stellar River said coldly. Hee, could it be that drawing the sword has something to do with one's cultivation? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. Lu Ming was mocking Stellar River. Everyone knew that pulling out the Celestial Emperor's sword had nothing to do with one's cultivation. There was once a martial emperor powerhouse who couldn't even pull out 1 foot. And there were those who had just started cultivating who could pull out 5 feet. Heng Xinghe had once pulled out 9 feet, but it was estimated that he would only be able to pull out 9 feet in his lifetime. The probability of pulling out the sword would not increase with the increase of one's cultivation. But Heng Xinghe said that he would pull it out sooner or later. Lu Ming's rhetorical question was a blatant mockery of Xinghe. Xinghe's face turned even uglier. The sharpness in his eyes was even more intense, like 2 divine swords. Moreover, even if that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, and your Heng family is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, why didn't the Celestial Emperor directly leave the sword to your Heng family? Instead, he stuck it on that platform and sealed it for ages. Obviously, the Celestial Emperor wanted to find someone who could pull out the sword. Only the person who can pull out the sword is qualified to wield that sword. This is the Celestial Emperor's intention. And your Heng family, if you are really the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, you should respect the Celestial Emperor's intention, and not go against the will of your ancestors. Lu Ming continued to speak. His sonorous and powerful voice made many people ponder. That's right. If that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, why didn't he just leave it for the Heng family? Why did he stick it on that platform and let others pull it out? In other words, Only the person who pulled it out was qualified to wield the Celestial Emperor's sword. This was the Celestial Emperor's true intention. You have a glib tongue, and you are distorting the truth. Lu Ming, with your cultivation, I didn't want to bully you. But today, since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish. Xinghe shouted and then took a step forward. Boom. A terrifying aura blossomed from his body. A mysterious and terrifying law revolved around his body. It was one of the 10 strongest laws, the Eternal Law. Eternal, eternal, immortal, eternal. The Eternal Law was somewhat similar to Huangling's Undying Flame Law, but its power was much stronger than the Undying Flame Law. The Eternal Law not only allowed the person who controlled it to have an extremely strong vitality, but it also had terrifying offensive power. Boom. Xinghe took a step forward and quickly approached Lu Ming. He then struck out with his palm, and a palm print blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted as he felt a terrifying pressure. Xinghe's cultivation was too strong. The power of his palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming roared and circulated his cultivation to the extreme. The Chaotic Calamity Finger, which was 90% complete, shot out. At the same time, spots of light lit up all over his body. More than 200 sacred weapons flew out and floated around Lu Ming, forming a defensive force. Boom. The Chaotic Calamity Finger collided with Xinghe's palm print. Bam. The 90% complete Chaotic Calamity Finger couldn't withstand more than a few blows before it exploded. The terrifying power surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out a series of punches. At the same time, more than 200 sacred weapons blocked in front of him. However, when the palm print blasted over, Lu Ming's body shook violently. More than 200 sacred weapons buzzed and his body flew far away. Lu Ming was no match for Xinghe at all. The difference in cultivation was too great. They are both Elysian children, but Xinghe's cultivation is much higher. Lu Ming is no match for him at all. That's natural. As Elysian children, they usually fight at the same level. With a difference in cultivation, there's no point in fighting. Today, I'm afraid Lu Ming won't be able to keep the sword of the Celestial Emperor. Some people around sighed. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, Xinghe was an eternal child, and his combat strength wasn't weak either. In the case of a much higher cultivation, Lu Ming was no match for him at all. Lu Ming, hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor, and I'll spare your life. Xinghe put his hands behind his back and stepped toward Lu Ming with an invincible spirit. Boom. Xinghe took a step, and an incomparably huge foot descended from the sky toward Lu Ming. Don't you dare hurt the young master. A delicate voice rang out as a figure rushed into the sky. It was Autumn Moon. At this moment, Autumn Moon's glabella shone and the imperial weapon, the Yin-Yang wheel, appeared and blasted toward the huge foot. Chapter 1909. Oh no! Lu Ming's face fell. He had not expected Qiu Autumn Moon and Huangling to rush out. With Qiu Autumn Moon and Huangling's combat strength, they were no match for Xinghe even if they had imperial weapons. As expected, when the giant foot landed, Qiu Autumn Moon and Huangling's bodies trembled. They grunted and flew back, landing beside Lu Ming. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Qiu Autumn Moon, Huangling, are you all right? Lu Ming asked worriedly. Young master, I'm fine. I want to fight alongside you. Qiu Autumn Moon wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood beside Lu Ming with determination. On the other side, Huangling did not speak, but the immortal flame on her body burned even more fiercely. Hee hee, how can two girls stop me? Xinghe sneered and continued to step forward. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. Count me in if you want to scold me. A burly figure appeared beside Huangling. It was Huangli. His muscles bulged as he circulated the law of strength throughout his body. He wore a pair of black gloves in his hands. The gloves were also imperial weapons. Swoosh. Another figure flashed past and Longchen appeared beside Qiu Autumn Moon. His arms bulged and his aura was terrifying. Qiu Autumn Moon, Huangling, Longchen, Huangli and Lu Ming, 4 king bodies and 1 son of chaos, stood side by side. They were all paragon saints at the initial stage. Their auras combined to fight against Xinghe's aura. Count us in. The other elites of the desolate tribe, Mu Qingxue, and the others also wanted to step forward. Don't come up. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Huang Li and the others. Against an opponent like Xinghe, numbers were not enough. If they were not strong enough, it would be useless no matter how many of them went up. Are you trying to bully us with numbers? Do you think we are all alone? Another genius from the Hung family roared as he stepped forwards. The other geniuses from the Hung family also stepped forwards. Back off. You don't have to interfere. Hung Xinghe waved his hand and said to the other sky prides of the Hung clan. He was proud. With his cultivation, why would he need the help of others to deal with Lu Ming and the others? He glanced at Lu Ming and the others and said calmly, "How naive of you to think that the 5 of you can stand against me." Around them, the others also sighed. Lu Ming's lineup could be said to be luxurious. The 4 king bodies and the Son of Chaos had all reached the absolute saint realm. However, they were facing the eternal sun, Hung Xinghe. Hung Xinghe was ranked first on the King Sage board, and no one had any objections. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the younger generation of Yuan Mountain. Even the Son of Death, Deathblade, could not shake the position of the Stellar River. Although Lu Ming's team of 5 was a luxurious lineup, their cultivation was still a little weak. Could they really fight against Xinghe? What if you include me? At this moment, a deep voice resounded. A tall and slender figure stepped out from the crowd. It's Ouyang Wushuang. Someone recognized the newcomer. Ouyang Wushuang came to Lu Ming's side, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. An absolute saint. Obviously, Ouyang Wushuang had also broken through to the absolute saint realm. Then let's add my little sister. At this moment, another voice rang out. A graceful figure stepped through the void and landed beside Lu Ming's team. Luotianyi. Ouyang Wushuang and Luotianyi are actually helping Lu Ming. Are they all familiar with Lu Ming? 6 king bodies and 1 Son of Chaos. This lineup is really amazing. Many people gasped, unable to calm down. Luotianyi and Ouyang Wushuang were also familiar with Lu Ming. At this moment, they were going to fight against Xinghe with Lu Ming's team. Very good, very good. Then let me see how strong you are. Xinghe's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He suddenly took a step forward, and the void under his feet kept shaking. Heavenly illusion. Luotianyi yelled. Her eyes turned into 2 pitch-black whirlpools. She used the heavenly illusion spell to envelop Xinghe, trying to make him fall into the illusion. At this moment, Luotianyi's true cultivation was revealed. She had actually reached the absolute saint realm, and seemed to have reached the limit of the absolute saint realm. She was not far from the pinnacle of the absolute saint realm. As expected, Xinghe's body shook slightly and he stopped. The moment Luotianyi attacked, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Huangling, Huangli Longchen, and Ouyang Wushuang all attacked at the same time. 6 terrifying superpowers exploded at the same time and blasted toward Xinghe. When the 6 of them joined forces, the shockwaves caused by them were earth-shattering and shocking. A mere illusion can't stop me. Break. Xinghe's indifferent voice rang out. His eyes were as bright as stars. 2 terrifying sword lights burst out from his eyes and slashed toward the void. Luotianyi yelled. Her body shook and she kept retreating. Her face was pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her illusion was broken by Xinghe. She suffered a backlash and was injured. At the same time, a sword light formed in Xinghe's hand and he slashed it out. Whoosh. The sword light was like a flying immortal. It cut through the void and turned into eternity. It was unparalleled. Boom. 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 As the sword light slashed through, Lu Ming and the others' attacks all collapsed in the air. They were all split apart by the sword light. Oh no, retreat. Lu Ming shouted. The 6 of them quickly retreated to avoid the sword light's aftershock. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Xinghe's combat strength was indeed terrifying and unrivaled. The main reason was that their cultivation was too low. They were far inferior to Xinghe. What's the use of having more people? Xinghe clenched his fist. The eternal law formed a sword light and pressed toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's glabella shone and the Tai Chi formation plate floated out. Autumn Moon and the others also took out their imperial weapons. Chaotic Calamity Finger. This time Lu Ming took the initiative to launch an attack. He blasted out a chaotic tribulation finger with all his might. At the same time, his figure moved and he charged toward the stellar river at top speed. Endless runes emanated from his left hand, forming a sealing force that spread toward the stellar river. At the same time, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern appeared on the Tai Chi formation plate. It turned into two Yin-Yang fish swords and slashed toward Xinghe. A series of attacks rained down like a violent storm. Even an ordinary perfected absolute saint would have no choice but to die under this wave of attacks. When Lu Ming launched his attack, the others also launched their attacks. Illusory reality. Luo Tianyi shouted. Butterflies appeared in the sky. They flapped their wings and flew toward Xinghe. These butterflies were formed by an illusion. They could be real or fake. They were very powerful. Xiao Yu and the others also attacked the stellar river together. What a terrifying attack. The surrounding geniuses were all shocked. With so many people attacking together, no one was confident that they could block it, not even the top geniuses on the King's Sage board. Child's play. Xinghe's expression did not change. He slashed out with his sword light. Instantly, 9 sword lights slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. 3 of the sword lights slashed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1910. The chaotic finger of calamity was the first to be cut open. Then the yin-yang fish sword and the sealing power of the array law were broken one by one. Luo Tianyi, Autumn Moon, and the others' attacks were the same. As the sword light slashed, everyone retreated quickly. So powerful. The surrounding people were shocked. Xinghe was too powerful. Lu Ming and the other experts were still no match for him even when they joined forces. Xinghe's cultivation is at least at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Coupled with the eternal body, his combat power is too strong. Long Chen said and transmitted his voice to everyone. Indeed, their cultivation was too weak. It was impossible for them to match him. Xinghe was not an ordinary warrior. He was the eternal sun, almost invincible in the battle of the same level. Needless to say, his cultivation was so much higher than theirs. Lu Ming, hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor. You are not qualified to wield the sword of the Celestial Emperor. Xinghe said coldly. Xinghe, your cultivation is just a little higher. If we fight at the same level, I will still defeat you. Lu Ming said. Defeat me? Haha, Lu Ming, let me tell you. Even if you control the law of chaos, you are no match for me at the same level. However, you don't have to provoke me to fight at the same level. Having a higher cultivation is also a kind of strength. Xinghe said as he stepped forward. A terrifying sword will burst out from his body and pierce the sky. The sword will was vast and mighty, forming a terrible pressure. He had the strength to crush others. Why would he fight at the same level as Lu Ming? This kind of provocation had no effect on him. Lu Ming, since you don't want to hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor, I will take it myself. Xinghe said coldly. The sword light in his hand was raised high, and his aura was getting stronger. However, at this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared on Xinghe's body and enveloped him within. The law of space and time. Xinghe's face changed and he shouted angrily. Do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that the bubble had made a move. Looking at the fluctuation of the law of space and time, it was extremely powerful. Obviously, the bubble had also broken through to the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming and the others once again joined forces and blasted out a terrible attack. Break! A terrifying sword light burst out from Xinghe's body, breaking the transparent bubble in one fell swoop. However, the surrounding space kept rippling and twisting like water waves, trying to trap Xinghe in the void. At the same time, the power of time acted on Xinghe's body, slowing down his movements. Xinghe's expression finally changed. The space-time laws were also one of the 10 strongest laws. Moreover, they had endless transformations and were best at trapping enemies. With the help of the space-time laws, Lu Ming and the others would be able to unleash their strength to a greater extent, as well as Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the others' attacks arrived. They were about to drown the stellar river. Boom. At this moment, an even more powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Xinghe's body. A terrifying divine light burst forth, and the space-time laws that enveloped his body instantly collapsed. The attacks of Lu Ming and the others also collapsed under the impact of this light. Eternal divine light. Also, Xinghe's cultivation is at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Around him many people cried out. Is this Xinghe's true cultivation? Lu Ming and the others looked extremely solemn. In the previous battle, Xinghe had not used his full strength at all. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. How terrifying was this at such a young age? As long as he perfected the eternal law and reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, he would be able to enter the quasi-emperor realm and begin to break through to the martial emperor realm. Since ancient times, there had not been many people who had entered the martial emperor realm under the age of 50, who could compete with the almighties of the ancient era. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and Bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. That person is so strong. Bubbles can't trap him. Chirp chirp. Very good. You're not bad. Since you've forced me to use my full strength, then you'll have to suffer my wrath. Xinghe said coldly, revealing a cold murderous intent. A real battle sword appeared in his hand. It was an imperial weapon, and its sword Qi soared into the sky. At this moment, Xinghe's cultivation of the absolute saint realm was fully unleashed, and his aura was terrifying. It's over. Lu Ming and the others are doomed. Although they're strong, they're no match for Xinghe. Indeed, but Lu Ming's lineup is too terrifying. There's someone who can control the laws of time and space. If these people grow up, how terrifying will they be? Will Xinghe kill them here? It's hard to say. The scene today had far exceeded everyone's expectations, and they were so nervous that they found it hard to breathe. In the beginning, Luo Zhangqiong had found trouble with Lu Ming, but he had been defeated by Lu Ming. Then Xinghe had made a move, and the number of experts on Lu Ming's side continued to increase. So far, there were already 6 people with imperial bodies and 2 sons of heaven. How powerful was this lineup? This made the faces of many powerful geniuses turn solemn. If these people's cultivation increased, who would be their match? Damn it! I hope Xinghe can kill these people. Luo Zhangqiong was also shocked. He had never thought that Lu Ming could gather so many terrifying geniuses. Swoosh! Xinghe took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others' hearts beat rapidly. They felt a terrible danger from the sword light. Let's join forces, Lu Ming shouted. In the face of this attack, they could only block it by gathering all their strength. The great defying cauldron flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows, and the 2 saint hearts in his dantian were operating at full force. Majestic saint force poured into the great defying cauldron, causing it to expand to the size of a mountain. But just as Lu Ming and the others were about to give it their all, a dark saber light cut through the void in the distance and slashed violently toward them. This saber light was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to plunge all living things in the world into death. Clang! The sword light and saber light collided and then exploded. Terrifying sword Qi and saber light swept out in all directions. Swoosh! A figure flashed, and a young man in a black robe stepped forward and appeared in front of Xinghe. He held a saber in his arms, and his entire body was filled with a strong aura of death. It's Deathblade. Deathblade actually attacked Xinghe. Could it be that Deathblade is also familiar with Lu Ming and the others? Seeing this young man, many people were shocked. The son of death, Deathblade, had also attacked Xinghe. Deathblade, are you also going to help Lu Ming and the others? Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light flashed in them. No. Deathblade shook his head and said, I only attacked because I don't like you. His words made many people speechless. Deathblade attacked because he didn't like Xinghe? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1911. However, Deathblade was a proud man. He was the son of death, so he wouldn't admit it. He had to listen to Lu Ming's orders. If Deathblade didn't say it, Lu Ming wouldn't say it either. Deathblade, it's still too early for you to stop me with your current cultivation. Hung Xinghe said coldly. Deathblade was at the peak of the absolute saint realm, while Hung Xinghe was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Deathblade was no match for him. How would we know if we don't fight? Deathblade said. The death chi on his body became thicker. If you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Hung Xinghe said coldly. Eternal divine light became brighter. The peerless sword light was extremely sharp. It could explode at any time. Hung Xinghe, our battle isn't over yet. Lu Ming stepped forward. At this moment, Lu Ming's black hair turned blood red. His eyes also turned blood red. A bone-chilling murderous intent radiated from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a god of death. This was the power of the third bloodline. Lu Ming hadn't used the third bloodline for a long time. The power of the third bloodline was too strange. Lu Ming used it less and less. But today he had to use it. With the help of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's aura surged. After a few steps, Lu Ming stood side by side with Deathblade. Attack, hit this guy. Chirp. Bubbles mumbled. She strode forward with her small feet and followed Lu Ming. As her figure walked past, the void was distorted like water ripples. It was as if her body was no longer there. It was as if she was in another space-time. In addition, Autumn Moon, Luotianni, and the others also stepped forward. Their auras were shocking. Kill. Deathblade was the first to attack. His sword of death slashed toward Hung Xinghe. Wherever the sword light passed, the world was silent. Boom. Lu Ming was the second to attack. He swung the Great Development Cauldron. Majestic power poured into the cauldron and smashed it toward Hung Xinghe. Then Bubbles, Autumn Moon, and the others attacked at the same time. The attack this time was truly shocking. Today, I will show you what it means to be the strongest. The stellar river roared as its sword lights continuously shot out. Hundreds of sword lights shot towards Lu Ming and the others. The Deathblade's blade of death continued to vibrate. More and more blade lights appeared, and a small portion of the sword lights were blocked by him. As for the great pill derivation furnace in Lu Ming's hand, it was as large as a mountain. Every time it smashed down, a large area of sword light would be destroyed. As for Bubbles, Autumn Moon, and the others, they worked together to block the remaining sword lights. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying battle broke out. The top 10 geniuses fought with all their might. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere. The entire Yuanshan Sacred Academy was shaken. However, after Lu Ming used his third bloodline and the Deathblade joined the battle, they were finally able to fight evenly against Stellar River. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Stellar River unleashed his terrifying combat strength to the extreme. But he couldn't do anything to Lu Ming and the others. Stellar River's advantage was his cultivation. His cultivation was high. As for Lu Ming and the others, they had more people. With different types of laws, their power was extremely shocking. Devour. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming opened the lid of the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. The Great Pill Derivation Furnace erupted with a powerful devouring power, wanting to devour Stellar River. Stellar River roared. An eternal divine light erupted, tearing apart the devouring power of the furnace. However, in the next moment, he was enveloped by Bubble's space-time laws, and his body became sluggish. Whoosh! The Deathblade's blade of death slashed over, almost hitting Stellar River. He narrowly avoided it, and at the same time broke through the attacks of Autumn Moon and the others. He slashed out a few terrifying sword lights towards Autumn Moon, Huangling and the others. However, Bubble's space-time laws enveloped Autumn Moon and the others. Their bodies trembled, and they avoided Stellar River's sword lights. Bubble's space-time laws had a great supporting ability in a battle. Moreover, its attack power was also very terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. As time passed, the battle became more intense. In the battlefield, all kinds of dazzling lights erupted, colliding with each other, and rumbling sounds continued. The battle continued for about 100 moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Boom! Stellar River, Lu Ming, Deathblade, and the others collided, and their bodies flew far away. His face was particularly gloomy. Today's matter seemed to be out of his control. He was only dealing with Lu Ming, but he was besieged by so many people. Each of them was a terrifying genius. Lu Ming, let me tell you, my Hung family is determined to get the Heavenly Emperor's sword. You people can't protect it. Stellar River said coldly. That's right, my Hung family is determined to get the Heavenly Emperor's sword. As soon as Stellar River's voice fell, a voice came from outside the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard. Then a suffocating pressure spread out from that direction. Then the crowd saw 3 old men walking over in the air. There was a divine light revolving around each of the 3 old men. Many people's pupils shrank because that was the divine light of the world. It meant that these 3 old men were true emperors. The 3 old men stood in the air, surrounded by the divine light of the world, like 3 gods. An incomparably terrifying pressure constantly spread out, and all the geniuses present felt like there was a mountain pressing down on them. Elders. Stellar River cupped his fists at the 3 old men. Lu Ming, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword to us. This is the Heavenly Emperor's personal sword. You are not qualified to wield it. The old man in the middle said, looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a strong pressure on his body, and his body couldn't help but retreat. If the young can't do it, the old man will do it? Sure enough, this is the style of a major force. Lu Ming said with a hint of mockery. That's right, you true emperors want to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation, too shameful. At this time, a voice came from the depths of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard. When the voice fell, several figures appeared in the void. These figures were surrounded by the divine light of the world, and they were also true emperors. They were the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard. Most of the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard didn't come from any major forces. Most of them were lone wolves or lived in seclusion. In the end, they were invited by the 3 great emperors to become the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard and jointly manage it. The true emperors of the Hung clan had an ugly expression. They originally wanted Stellar River to take the Heavenly Emperor's sword from Lu Ming's hand, but they didn't expect that Stellar River couldn't do it. They had no choice but to step in. They also thought that the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard would intervene in this matter. This is the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard, please leave. A teacher of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard directly ordered the guests to leave. We must take the Heavenly Emperor's sword. A true emperor of the Hung clan said. The Heavenly Emperor's sword was pulled out by Lu Ming, so it naturally belongs to him. You don't have the ability to pull it out, yet you want to take it for free? Isn't it laughable? You call yourselves the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 1912. The true emperors from the Hung clan had a dark expression. If it was someone from another faction who dared to speak to them like this, they would have been annihilated by them. However, the other party was a teacher of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. The Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard was founded by 3 great sovereigns. Although their Hung clan was powerful, they did not dare to go against the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. The Hung true emperors shifted their gazes and messaged each other, discussing something. After a while, a true emperor from the Hung clan said, Lu Ming, you can keep the Heavenly Emperor's sword, but you must give us the cultivation method. Hung Xinghe's eyes flashed sharply after hearing this. He once said that Heavenly Emperor's sword would be his sword, but now, Lu Ming had to keep it. This made him very unhappy. The few teachers from Yuanshan Sacred Academy also had a change in their eyes. Obviously, the Hung family had given in. They looked at Lu Ming and one of them said, Lu Ming, what do you think? There's no merit laws in the sword, how can I give it to you? Lu Ming said. After he pulled out the sword of the Celestial Arch, he did not discover any abnormalities at all. It was like an ordinary stone sword. It only appeared in the sword tomb and took the initiative to appear. It saved Lu Ming once and even absorbed a large amount of sword origins. Lu Ming, don't push your luck. Our Hung clan has already given in. Being too greedy will only bring about your own destruction. Hung Xinghe shouted. The true emperors from the Hung clan had a cold glint in their eyes. In their opinion, they had already given in, but Lu Ming's greed was insatiable. He didn't even want to hand over the merit laws of Heavenly Emperor's sword. Lu Ming, the merit laws in Heavenly Emperor's sword are very important to our clan. That's right, young people should know when to stop. It'll be a shame if you die halfway through your cultivation. The true emperors from the Hung clan spoke one after another. Their threat was self-evident. I told you, there's no merit laws in the sword. Lu Ming repeated. You still dare to deny it? One of the true emperors from the Hung clan shouted. Rolling thunder rumbled and formed a terrifying storm that pressed down on Lu Ming. A teacher from Origin Mountain Sacred Institution frowned and took a step forward. A force rushed out and destroyed the thunderous attack. A true emperor is going too far. The teacher from Origin Mountain Sacred Institution frowned and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you really didn't find any merit laws in the sword? No, there's nothing wrong with the sword after I got it. It's just an ordinary stone sword, Lu Ming said. Quibble. My Hung clan's ancient records state that the Celestial Emperor's sword contains a cultivation technique left behind by the Celestial Emperor. True emperors from the Hung clan shouted. Hung clan. Lu Ming sneered. The furious true emperor from the Hung clan unleashed a terrifying aura and stepped forward. The Hung clan had always prided itself on being a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Now Lu Ming dared to say that they weren't a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. They couldn't establish their prestige without killing. Enough. At this time, an old voice came from the depths of Yuan Mountain Holy Court. The voice sounded gentle to the geniuses of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. However, it was thunderous to the Hung clan true emperor. The Hung clan true emperor trembled and frantically retreated. His expression changed drastically as he almost vomited blood. Grand Emperor. The Hung clan true emperor cried out in horror. It's Grand Emperor Wu Xiang. When Lu Ming and the rest heard that, they knew that it was Emperor Wu Xiang. Previously, when Emperor Wu Xiang was preaching, they naturally recognized his voice. Who would have thought that Grand Emperor Wu Xiang would show up? This is Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. All of you leave. Grand Emperor Wu Xiang's voice sounded again. Though he didn't use any harsh words, His Majesty was unquestionable. The three Hung clan true emperors had an ugly expression. However, this was Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. How could they not retreat when Grand Emperor Wu Xiang had spoken? True emperors were lofty existences in the eyes of other cultivators. However, they were like babies in front of a Grand Emperor. Wu Xiang. At this moment, outside the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain, an old voice came from an unknown distance away. Ancestor. The three Hung clan true emperors were overjoyed after hearing the voice. Many people were shaken. The three true emperors from the Hung clan called him an ancestor, and he dared to call Emperor Formless by name. There was only one possibility: he was also a Grand Emperor. There was a rumor that the Hung clan had a Grand Emperor. Wu Xiang, the Heavenly Emperor's sword is related to an important merit law of the Hung clan. Do you really want to interfere? The voice came from an unknown distance outside of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution again. No matter what the reason is, since this is Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, and Lu Ming is a disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, I will protect him. It's the same for any other disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. If someone dares to move the galaxy in Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, I will do the same. Grand Emperor Wu Xiang's voice was firm and unquestionable. As long as one was a disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, he would protect them regardless of who they were. Ha! The Hung clan Great Emperor sneered and said, Wu Xiang, we haven't seen each other for many years. I wonder how much progress you've made. Why don't we spar? That's what I was thinking. I also want to see how much progress you've made. Grand Emperor Wu Xiang said. Many people were shocked. The two Grand Emperors were about to fight. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Boom. Boom. Terrifying pressure emanated from the direction of Hung clan and the depths of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. Then two rays of light flashed and rushed into the sky. Wherever the light passed, the space was torn apart. Two figures rushed into the crack in the void. Boom. Then, a terrifying vibration came out from the void. The entire sky seemed to be shaking crazily. A dull pressure came from the sky, making people feel that the world was about to be overturned and destroyed. The Grand Emperors were fighting in the void. If the Grand Emperors were to fight in Celestial City, the world would be turned upside down. Celestial City would be destroyed and countless people would be affected. Boom. Boom. In the void, there were continuous explosions. The space rippled like water. Then a series of ferocious spatial cracks appeared in the void like a spider web, densely covering the entire void. So terrifying. Many people felt their heartbeat accelerate. Their muscles were tense, and they were extremely nervous. It was too terrifying. Even if they were fighting in the void, the scene was still earth-shattering. Everyone felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. The Grand Emperor's small worlds could give birth to living beings and control the Grand Tao. They were too powerful. True emperors were as weak as babies in front of them. In the era when celestial emperors did not appear, the Grand Emperors were the top existences in the world. Chapter 1913. The battle between the great emperors did not last long. After a few minutes, the ripples in the void suddenly stopped. Those spatial rifts also disappeared. They stopped. Who won? Was it the Hung clan's great emperor or great emperor Wuxiang? Withdraw from the sacred academy and send people to guard outside. If Lu Ming comes out, take him down. The voice of the Hung clan's great emperor came from the direction of the Hung clan. The Hung clan was going to withdraw from the sacred academy. Many people's eyes flashed. Did the Hung clan's great emperor lose? It was very likely. If the Hung clan's great emperor won, why would he withdraw from the sacred academy so easily? Yes. The three Hung clan's true emperors took the order and glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then stepped out and left the sacred academy. Xinghe's eyes were filled with unwillingness. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Great Emperor Wuxiang. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone bowed to greet Great Emperor Wuxiang. Now I have an announcement. Great Emperor Wuxiang's eyes were no longer gentle, but filled with a sharp light. Those who were swept by his eyes felt their heart beat faster. From tomorrow onwards, the rules of the Sacred Academy will change. From now on, there will be no killing in the Sacred Academy. In other words, there will be no rules in the Sacred Academy. Great Emperor Wuxiang's voice sounded. Many people were shocked. From tomorrow onwards, there will be no killing in the Sacred Academy. There will be no rules. This will certainly lead to earth-shattering changes in the Sacred Academy. In the past, killing and crippling other people's cultivation were prohibited in the Sacred Academy. If one wanted to fight to the death, one would have to go to the life and death arena. If one did not go to the life and death arena, they would be safe in the Sacred Academy. At least, they would not have to worry about their lives. But all of this will change. From now on, the teachers of the Sacred Academy will not care about your matters. Of course, all of this is the internal affairs of the Sacred Academy. If any outside forces interfere, we will strike with lightning. Also, I have placed 4 sets of array discs in the Saint battlefield. Each set of array discs can cover an area of 100 miles. Only martial emperors can break it. After saying this, Great Emperor Wuxiang's figure blurred like a phantom and disappeared without a trace. Little guys, take care of yourselves. Several teachers of the Sacred Academy glanced at the crowd and left one after another, disappearing into the depths of the Sacred Academy. As soon as the teacher of the Saint Academy left, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely solemn. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with seriousness and vigilance. From tomorrow onwards, killing would no longer be prohibited. Those who had enmity with each other would look at each other with cold killing intent. Luo Zhangqiang, Xinghe, and the others glanced at Lu Ming and the others with undisguised killing intent. Lu Ming, just you wait. Hung Xinghe spoke coldly. With a flash of his body, he was the first to leave this place. After Stellar River left, the death blade turned into a blade light and disappeared. This caused the eyes of some of the stronger geniuses to flicker. From the looks of it, Deathblade wasn't on Lu Ming's side. Just as Deathblade had said, Deathblade had only attacked because he didn't like Stellar River. Especially some of the stronger geniuses, they let out a long sigh in their hearts. If Deathblade was on Lu Ming's side, then the strength of Lu Ming's group was too amazing. They could fight against Stellar River when they joined forces. They were almost invincible in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. However, without Deathblade, the strength of Lu Ming's group was greatly reduced. That bastard Deathblade left without even saying goodbye. Huang Ling muttered unhappily. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't care too much. As the son of death, Deathblade naturally had his pride. He was not convinced by Lu Ming at all. He most likely wanted to wait for 20 years to pass before challenging Lu Ming and replacing Lu Ming's status as the Golden Inheritor. However, Lu Ming was confident that within 20 years, he would definitely convince Deathblade. Let's go back, Lu Ming said. Together with Qiuyu, Huangling, Longchun and the rest, they stepped into the air and left the place. Then the others left one after another. From tomorrow onwards, the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain would no longer prohibit killing. Naturally, they had to prepare early. In Lu Ming's residence, in a courtyard, everyone gathered to discuss matters. From tomorrow onwards, the situation in the Sacred Academy will definitely change greatly. How should we face it? Someone asked. We'd better all gather together and concentrate our strength to avoid being defeated one by one. Lu Ming said, then looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi and said, Ouyang Tianyi, bring all the people you can bring here. We'll gather together. Okay. Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi nodded and agreed without hesitation. Other than Huangling and Longchun, the others were surprised. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming's words, which shocked them. During this period, we'd better not go to those cultivation places to cultivate. Wait until the situation stabilizes, then we'll make plans. Lu Ming suggested. Everyone nodded. Now this was the best choice. The mountain was very large, so everyone chose to stay in the courtyard. A day passed in the blink of an eye. From the second day onwards, the atmosphere in the entire Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain became tense and vigilant. It had been almost a year since the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was held. Many people had grudges with each other. In the past, they could not kill each other. At most, they could teach each other a lesson to vent their anger. But now it was different. Sure enough, in just a few days the killing began. Some of the prodigies were killed on the spot by their opponents. This also opened the curtain of chaos in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. A fierce battle began. Boom. Not far from the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, on a mountain peak, there was a shocking explosion. Two figures rushed out of the mountain peak and began to fight fiercely. However, the battle did not last long. A terrifying sword light slashed across, and a young prodigy was cut in half and died there. The other prodigy took the young prodigy's storage ring, turned into a sword light, and disappeared. In this way, I wonder how many prodigies will fall. A few figures stood in the air and watched. They were Lu Ming, Huangling, Luo Tianyi, and the others. Huangling sighed slightly. Perhaps this is the strategy of the great emperors. Only by facing danger at all times can one explore their own potential faster and more thoroughly and break through to a higher realm. Luo Tianyi said. The others nodded, but the price of this method was very high. I don't know why the great emperors held the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain to cultivate so many prodigies. Lu Ming asked and asked. The others were silent. In fact, this was also the question in everyone's mind. Why did the great emperors spend so much effort to gather so many prodigies and cultivate them? Chapter 1914. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As time passed, the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain became even more chaotic. There were battles and killings every day. Every day, there were geniuses who died. However, no one bothered Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others had many geniuses. When they gathered together, they were very terrifying. Naturally, no one would pay attention to them for the time being. As time passed, many people began to gather and form groups to fight against the powerful enemies. Even so, there were still powerful geniuses who directly attacked a certain group and killed all of them. The atmosphere in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was extremely oppressive. Under such circumstances, some geniuses left the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. However, those who left were only a minority. The various cultivation places in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain were too attractive. Moreover, there was a great emperor's preaching. Where could one find such cultivation conditions? Although it was dangerous in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one's progress was also the fastest. Leaving the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one's cultivation speed would definitely not be able to keep up with the cultivation in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Everyone was a genius. Once the gap was widened, it would be difficult to catch up. The path of cultivation was like walking against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. Once one fell behind, one would not be able to catch up with the other geniuses in the future. Even one's own achievements would be affected. In the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one might be able to continuously unearth one's potential and make breakthroughs. Their future achievements were unpredictable. However, it was not certain if they left. Thus, only a small number of people left. Many more people stayed behind. Huang Kong, a genius from the Phoenix Palace, once competed with Huang Ling for the Heart of Parasol Tree, but they later reconciled. On this day, he met up with a few geniuses from the Divine Elephant sect in Phoenix Palace. They arrived at the Divine Abilities Purgatory Valley, intending to cultivate their divine abilities there. However, they were stopped outside the valley. Stop! The Divine Ability Purgatory Valley has been reserved by the Sky Knife Alliance. No one else is allowed to enter. Outside the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley, a few young men stopped Huang Kong and the others. The Sky Knife Alliance? Reserved by you? Huang Kong and the others were stunned. That's right. Now get lost. A young man on the other side was extremely arrogant. How dare you? The Divine Ability Purgatory Valley was created by the great Emperor of the Sacred Academy. Everyone who entered the Sacred Academy's Divine Ability Purgatory Valley, a genius from the Divine Elephant sect, was furious. That's right, you should be the ones to scram. A Phoenix Palace disciple berated. Since they don't want to leave, I'll just kill them. A cold voice came from the Purgatory Valley. A young man in a long golden robe stepped out with a few other young men with a cold expression. Huang Kong and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. If you want to fight, we have nothing to fear. Let's go. Huang Kong said, wishing to withdraw first and report this matter to Lu Ming and the others. Did I say you could leave? Attack. Kill them all. The young man in the golden robe was extremely overbearing. A golden battle saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Huang Kong and the others. This person's cultivation was very strong. He was at the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm. As for Huang Kong and the others, the one with the highest cultivation was Huang Kong, who was only a great sage, great mastery. Not good. Retreat. Huang Kong shouted. He did not expect the other party to be so domineering, attacking them directly and wanting to kill them. However, the other party had more people. Their figures flashed and surrounded them. Pucci, the young man in the golden robe, slashed down with his battle saber and killed a Phoenix Palace disciple. Huang Kong's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted, "You killed my Phoenix Palace disciple. Lu Ming and the others will not let you off." What? A Phoenix Palace disciple? The young man in the golden robe and the others were shocked. He did not expect the other party to be a Phoenix Palace disciple. Phoenix Palace represented Lu Ming and the group of elites on Lu Ming's side. The young man in the golden robe broke out in cold sweat when he thought of the combat strength of Lu Ming and the others. However, they had already killed one of their opponents. It was impossible for them to ease the tension. Kill. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. The young man in the golden robe roared. Since they could not ease the tension, they would kill all of them. That way, no one would know that they were the culprits. Terrifying attacks continued to attack Huang Kong and the others. Huang Kong and the others were outnumbered and their cultivation was weaker than the other party. They could not withstand the attacks at all, and were killed one by one. Soon, Huang Kong was the only one left. Kill. Kill. The young man in the golden robe continued to attack Huang Kong with his saber. Soon, a long saber wound appeared on Huang Kong's body, and his body was almost split into two. If he did not have the Phoenix combat body and the Phoenix's ability to rise from the ashes, he would not have been able to fight anymore. A Phoenix cry was heard, and a pair of Phoenix wings appeared on Huang Kong's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and when the blood landed on the Phoenix wings, the flames on the Phoenix wings burned brightly. Swoosh. Huang Kong risked his injuries and charged out of the encirclement. He flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the others were gathered. Oh no! Chase after him. The young man in the golden robe and the others' faces changed and they chased after Huang Kong. However, Huang Kong had used a secret skill and his speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. The young man in the golden robe looked terrible. If Lu Ming and the others knew that Huang Kong had escaped, what would happen? Fear flashed in his eyes and he said, Report to the Alliance leader that Lu Ming and the others are here to fight for the superpower Purgatory Valley. At the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were staying, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the others were discussing something. Suddenly, someone rushed in to report. Oh no! Someone has been killed. The person who made the report was a genius from the Phoenix Palace, and he looked furious. What? Lu Ming and the others' faces changed. In a flash, they appeared outside the courtyard and saw Huang Kong sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was covered in phoenix flames and his body was covered in blood. Huang Ling's face darkened. She waved her hand and the undying flame shrouded Huang Kong. With the help of the undying flame, Huang Kong's injuries healed quickly. After a while, he was fully recovered. Huang Kong, what happened? Huang Ling asked. Our men have been killed. Huang Kong immediately told her what had happened. The Sky Knife Alliance is courting death. Huang Ling's body emitted a cold killing intent. It seems like someone has started to fight for the cultivation ground. Gather the men and let's go. Lu Ming shouted. Soon Lu Ming, Chiu Moon, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Chun, Huang Li and the others headed toward the superpower Purgatory Valley. They had to avenge the deaths of their men. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the superpower Purgatory Valley, more than 100 people had gathered outside the valley. It's them. They killed our men without any explanation. Huang Kong pointed at the young man in the golden robe in the crowd. Come out and die.